If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 15th of April 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics here at Sandown Lakeside. This is how Sandown looks like. This track has two circuits. One is the hillside, the other one is the lakeside. And we are going to be using the lakeside today. We've got 8 races here. The ground rating is soft and the last finishing mile is about 400 meters. This is one of the toughest track in the Victorian region, and the straight is a little uphill. And we'll see what we can do here today, and we'll figure out. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we have better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight those situations and give it a shout out. This is the first one, which is a maiden today here at Sandown Hillside, and we'll take the market snapshot first. One and 3 has been scratched. We don't have 1 and 3. 8, 4, 5, and 10. So yeah, the 8 is the favorite, and the 5 probably is a drop in class, comes from gate number 7. Um, that's that. But here is the thing. So if we look at what's going on, then that's the one which is tough. Okay. Then it is this. Then we have this, which is the 4, which is a low pressure, which is getting into a low pressure, which is also right. But at the same time, the 2 is here with a 59, no drop. On the contrary, has a quant. So that's that. And if we look at the load value, that's probably the lowest. So that 2 is a check. If we have to have a data rank, we'll do this. Eight to 4. 5 is a that. 4. Here. Six probably. 8 to 4 6. The 2 is a check. The 6 is a check. We'll see how that works and why that is like that. So this is from the baseline. It is losing a little traction here. The 8 is being ridden by Zahara, which is the highest load value, but less of resistance. Then the 4 is ideally there. Okay, the 4 is there with a low pressure, but that's a 57, and this is a 59, and that's a quant. Okay, so I think the 2 is something that probably has a chance. We'll see how that works. If that's that, then 4 is third. If 4 is third, then out of this is where it looks strong. So we'll take that. I think that's that. We'll see how that works.
They have, when we walked in about 20 or 30 minutes ago, everyone's
Breeze, welcome back, Breeze. Didn't get up poor, right? Where? TBF is. Poor ride is an issue. Breathe. Poor ride is an issue. Big issue. Okay. If you want, you can always let me know uh, where your horse is racing, and I can probably give you a snapshot of what is going on. Breeze. No, lost by one. Lost by one, and was ahead of the bend. Yeah. So after the bend is maybe it was raved. Maybe the jock raved the horse and it got out of breath. That's what happened. Which track is this you're talking about? Which track, Breeze? Wellington. We have never raced at Wellington. I mean, we might have, but that's long time ago. So, how long is the straight? 400? How long is the straight? Is it 400? Less than 400? More than 400? $400. So 400, if it is a 400, it's a standard track. So basically, you know, what I have seen is like this one is a 400 where we are today at Randwick. So what needs to happen is you know you wait for the last bend. You do not press the horse till the last bend. If you don't press the horse at the last bend, and then you press it after you have entered the 400, with that pressure, it has a chance. Okay. And especially with Zahara is looking good today. So that has a chance. But if you press it before 400, before the bend, and it goes out of breath, then after you have dropped the momentum, if you try to pull it up, that's as good as this one. So you will have difficulty. You will have difficulty there. So do you know how to navigate racing NSW? I'm not sure that I understand what you mean. Um, Peruno. Let me look up Peruno. Yeah, I mean, my data comes from all the sources. So you know, uh, yeah, I have Peruno. That's results. Came in third, 12th of April. Wellington. Benchmark 58. Came in third, 4th of April as well. 59 kilograms. 6-year-old gelding. I will, Breeze. I will. Basically, it is the jock's call. Like 90% of the time, what happens is if it is a high pressure horse, like in this case, this is the high pressure. It should have been higher, but it is not. Maybe there's something else which is there, but whatever is there, I mean, it is a high pressure horse. Out of these three, that's the highest. Okay, so if that's a high pressure horse, you can't rave this horse. You basically have to keep it stable till the last 400 meters, if it is a 400-meter track, straight, and then press the button after the 400. Oh, okay. I mean, Breeze, let me ask you this: do you actually tell the jock what to do? I mean, since you train the horse, do you tell the jock how to ride it, or you let the jock take their own calls? Do you actually tell them how to ride it, or you just let them do what they think is the best? Okay. Because we often discuss about these things in this channel, that um, if the communication is clear, and if you are in a position to understand where your horse is standing and what kind of an advantage the horse has or a disadvantage, and how to navigate that advantage or disadvantage, it's very simple. I mean, these horses, okay, these horses, they have been accepted and they have been quantified as equals here, okay, with the advantage and with the drop in class and whatever it is. So whatever advantage the 5 has, the same advantage has been given to 2, 10, 4, and all that. Depends on how the advantage is and how you actually utilize that advantage or minimize the disadvantage. I don't know if I'm able to explain this, but this is an advantage. Okay, this is an advantage. The horse is at 59. It totally depends on the jock if he understands how to use that advantage, and what he can get if he uses that advantage. And 5 here has disadvantage, but it also depends on the jock if he understands that there is a disadvantage and how to navigate and how to use or defend that disadvantage. So it basically is a kind of a situation where if you understand the numbers which are there and then plan ahead. I said to the girl like 9 days ago, if you get the lead early from the wide draw, you will win right before. She's a family friend. Okay. But I'm glad you're here, Breeze. We can discuss a lot of things. We we often have questions where we do not have answers, and the other day I was actually asking you something, and I believe you had left by then. What I was trying to ask you is how do you book the jock? Do you book the jock? Do you book the jock after the acceptance, and after you have? Do they send you how much? How much are they weighing right now, or do you weigh the jock at the track and then decide? How does it work? I mean, what is the standard operating procedure? You want to book a jock, and your horse has been accepted at 60 kilograms. So what weight are you looking for the jock? And what happens if it doesn't match? What about the jockey's weight? Cliffy, welcome back, Cliffy. Cliffy got a friend. Thank you so much for doing that, Cliffy. Certain jockeys are key. Of course they are. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Breeze. So we are with the first one. We'll see. So like the horse rating. Yeah, we will talk about it, Breeze. I'm so glad that you are here because certain questions they dwell in my mind and I kind of ask it whenever I get a chance to each and every trainer I speak to. And trying to figure out, bro, trying to figure out what goes wrong and why it goes wrong. Perfect.
It's been runner up twice. It was desperately unlucky bonus season fresh up when missing the kick. I think it could turn it around. You're getting a fair price to find out.
This was a little bit trickier than what I anticipated. There's some really nice horses in this field. It's only small, but I saw it as quite competitive and a few to watch going forward. I'm going to go bonus season on top. I thought that she presented just beautifully. Coat's magnificent, just a touch tense, but well within normal limits. And I think she's going to be one of the hardest to beat. Of the rest, I did really like the look of Dame Florence, real quality type. Keep an eye on her behind the gates. She needs to stay nice and calm. Let Lily Loose is another one. And North Dakota, I think, is over the odds from where I was standing.
Let's have another check of this points bet market here for the first. So $2.55 now for Let Lily Loose, $3.50 for bonus season. Hutchie's on top selection. Tiss Air's been well supported and continues to hold steady on the third line of betting. And Dame Florence for the Kieran Maher team. Well, that's a good little segue because Jack Turnbull, representing the team, is going to have a chat to us and tell us what he thinks about Dame Florence's chances. Love and Glory was due to contest this race, but we'll see it in Sydney a little bit later on. So just
I have been with 6 and 7.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Thank you, Jack. We've got Dame Florence here.
6 and 7.
See the stallion chain goes on for the first time today.
Yeah, it does. We got a warning at our...
Let's see how that works. 6 is there.
Been back to Julian's. She's had a little jump out and she seems to be better. She's just fairly cantankerous at times. So hopefully she's learnt and we are improving off her first up run.
Hopefully she does behave herself. It's always a nervous time.
Oh man, I know what you're talking about, Breeze. I know some of the gentlemen who I was shocked by the way they do this. I'm glad that you picked up that thing about your dad. I know there are people who can actually do that. I know there are people who can actually do that.
I'd say for value, part of my friend, she's pretty good odds, and she's been going well at home. Gets a soft 6 today. So either her or Cardi B outside of this field.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yep, good to hear from Jack Turnbull regarding the army of Kieran Maher runners. Gee, the Lakeside track looks in superb condition, doesn't it, Hutch? It does. Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose Caulfield's had a lot of racing itself lately, hasn't it? So they've had a bit of...
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Had one at Sale.
Breeze.
Had one at Geelong as well.
There's very handful of people who can do that actually, and I have known some of them.
Yes.
I know some of them. They're very old now, but I know what you're talking about.
Between Lakeside and Hillside, they used to love Hillside far more than Lakeside, but nowadays I think they're both racing pretty similar.
Yeah, I think the 1,200 metres are really, it's almost like its own island. 1,200 metres lakeside distance and where you need to be running.
Short run to the first turn.
Yeah, really short run to the first turn. So barrier's really important, sometimes map position, but outside of that, no knocks whatsoever.
I think what a lot of them need, probably, I like the way Mark Zara rides lakeside.
I try to work with numbers, Breeze.
I think
when I see a number, I try to work with numbers. I have very limited understanding about horses, but my family has been into horse racing. I mean, I grew up in an environment where I have seen my dad, my uncles all getting into horse races every Saturday from a very childhood. So I grew up in that kind of an environment.
Yes, some nice horses here, Tim, and possibly horses
And
we could follow.
I
as well.
work with
These
numbers, so that's all that I do.
Predominantly fillies take their position with North Dakota, who is the sole gelding in the race. Going forward is Let Lily Loose. Also going forward, Sun in June. So we're racing on a soft 5 rather than a 7-metre place on
Maybe.
Lakeside, as North Dakota is being brought along. Little nibble, 19 to 17. The Rupert Lee Silks, and to complete the line is Tissair. The Sportsbet Jockey Watch Plate, first race on the card. Tissair goes in. North Dakota just declining momentarily.
John, welcome back, John. EW2, yes. Let's see if that happens.
1400. They stand. And away they go. Missing the kick was Sun in June by about 2 lengths, and beginning well, Let Lily Loose with also Bonus Season, and driving up on the inside, Kakeshi holding its position. Out wide also Dame Florence is showing some speed and trying to cross over. So the leader is Let Lily Loose by a length, Dame Florence, and then came third the rails, Kakeshi. Fourth Bonus Season, elected a quarter, Tissair, who's pulling around them 3 wide, got to a clear 5th. Kokoro Time between horses, North Dakota the inner, and fired up at the back is Sun in June. Getting towards the top corner, 850 out. And the leader is Let Lily Loose by a length and a half, Dame Florence. It's an even speed at best, and third on the inside is Kakeshi. Then came Tissair, who continues to make steady progress around them from Bonus Season, who's about 3.5 off the lead. Kokoro Time is next as they run downhill from North Dakota, and at the tail is Sun in June. They run the corner, 450 out. Let Lily Loose is held together. From on the outside, Dame Florence. Kakeshi, Tissair wider in the pink. Further back, Bonus Season, North Dakota, Kokoro Time and Sun in June. 300 to go. Let Lily Loose now giving its head. About a half length, Dame Florence, who's really giving it a race. Dame Florence up to Let Lily Loose. They're stride for stride, and now Bonus Season is coming on through the 100 metres. Dame Florence, Bonus Season wearing it down. Dame Florence, Bonus Season levels up. And
Bam, baby!
Dame Florence,
John!
Loose. Then Tissair, Kokoro Time. And then well back in the field, Kakeshi, and to complete the course at the
4,
end.
5, 2, and 8.
This season, the winner, 340 and 130, Geordie Childs. The Pinecliff Racing Silks, Bonus Season, who
4, 5, 2, and 8.
on the bounce for trainer Graham Begg. She deserved that. The filly by Written Tycoon out of another $1. And Bonus Season has worn down Dame Florence, punched out by Tommy Stockdale for Kieran Maher. It was a good set too between these two fillies, and Bonus Season.
The 2, baby. So 4, 5, 2, and 8. So what? That's exactly the problem. He raved that horse. Okay, it went out of gas. The 4 was a low pressure, which came in, and 2 was ridden well. I mean the 5, and the 2 had to get there. So that happened. Anyway, we'll move on to the next. Three and 9 has been scratched. 5, 2, 4, and 7. 5, 2, 4, and 7. So yeah, this is right. Okay, now the odds are right. So what is happening is this, that these are all drop in class. Okay, 7, 8, 10, and 6. They're all drop in class. The challenge starts from here, and 5 is the lowest with the highest weight. All right, from where it comes from. So that's the minimum challenge. Then it is 4. Then it is 4 with 56.5. That's 1.5. Okay. Where it gets a little tricky is this one, which is a 6-year-old gelding at 59, comes from 56. That's the struggle which is here. So ideally, that's where this one collides with this one, 8. Okay. This is where it collides with this. So now this is challenging from 56, and this is a drop from 57 to 54. Now this is where these two are. This is negative 3.5, this is positive 3.5. And this is the quant. Okay, this is the quant which has been given. The highest quant is on 1, which is there. But that challenge is also high because it's from 56 to 61. I don't know if that's possible. That's probably not it. But 5 and 4 are okay. 5 and 4 are okay. The 2 collides with 8. So that 8 is a check. So if we have to do 18, 33, 5, this is 36, 30. And the lowest drop on 56, okay, these are all 56. This is drop. These two are drop. So that's an 8-year-old mare. That can that happen? In that case, that'll be 56. 56. That's the load. That's a drop. Is advantage here. 5, 4 should be the index. This is the load. The lowest. But here it increases 3.5. That's 56. This is what shall we did we get the 4 technically on 57. We got that. This is there. This is there. The 8-year-old mare probably is there in the game. That probably is not the thing. So 5, Y, 57. No, both of them are same. This is the one, but it doesn't have the form line. That's an issue, that it doesn't have the form line. And 4 is the next in line, which is higher than that. 25, 25, 14, 17, 4 is 29, which is 34, 56.5. This is 57, 44, and then 35. So this will I mean, technically it is right. The odds are right. So this is less struggle. This is a little higher struggle from 56.5. This is 57, becomes 58. Both of them have become 58. But this one is from 56.5. Okay. Both of them are going to be running neutral. That makes it even dicier. The problem is with 2, because that becomes higher from 56. That becomes higher for 56. So, and here these two are lower. This one and this one. This is 105. This is there 9. So will that make an effect? Probably and possibly yes. That will make an effect because it doesn't have the form line. So if it doesn't have the form line, in that case, what happens? Then it is here 4, 56. .5, that's the lowest. And this is a larger drop, this is smaller. 6, 4, 6, and it is here. And 2. Two. And here what happens? And probably is the third, second, third, fourth. Then it will increase. If that's the high, And that's the low. And that's the high. So yes, the thing is, the 5 is the right odd. All right. 5 is the right odd. Why 5 is the right odd? And what is happening? So 5 is coming from 57. Okay, it has minimum struggle for a 58. Up till here it is all drop in class up till 6. Okay, 7, 8, 10 and 6, that's all drop in class. The scene is this, that this is the right odd. Ideally, mathematically, that's what it is, but it doesn't have the form line, so that makes it a little dicey. 4 is next. 2 is not next. 4 is next. From 56.5 to 58. That's good. Okay. Now 2 is 3.5, which is coming from 56, then becoming 59.5. So that's a good horse. That is a good horse. That's what the thing is. But if that's the thing, then 5 is in trouble because it doesn't have the form line. So how things might work? So from a 56 to 59.5, cracking is difficult. That's not the thing. If the 5 doesn't win, it is probably 4. And if 4 wins, then the question is that it's a 56 that became 55.5, and this is a 56 that became a 59.5. This is good. Okay, the horse is definitely good. There is no doubt about it that the horse is good. That's why that's where everything is. But where, and it also has one of the best jocks which is there. Okay, so that's that part of the story. So that is there, but that puts 5 into trouble. So if it goes high pressure, low pressure, then what happens? So there's a 56. Ideally, if this doesn't have the form line, then I don't know how to put it, because that's that. Okay, the struggle is the smallest. If the form line collides, it's probably 4-2. Or 2. Then it is the lowest drop here, 6 to 6. If the 5 doesn't get there, if the 5 wins, then the 5 wins. But the 6 is a check. The 5 is technically right, but the question is the form line. If it doesn't have the form line, then I am not sure how that will work. We'll see how that works. 4, 2, 6, 4, 2, then 6, then 5. Let's see. They have the same stuff. .5, 56 to 3.5. That's difficult. This is all the way more difficult. So we'll see how that works. Breeze. Yeah, my house. Good job. Yeah, this is Breeze. This is exactly what we were discussing the other day. That the trainers do uh, play like a chess. You know, the trainers are basically playing one step ahead of us. This is exactly what we were discussing the other day, where I was I don't know how successful I was in explaining this, but what I tried to say is what the trainers are practically doing is if you as a trainer targeting a race with a bigger pocket size, and you put your horse in a race prior to that, as a drop in class, and then you do not make it win, and then you do not make it win. So what happens then? So basically, then everything that we are calculating is upside down, because your uh, you because then numbers don't work, because you're manipulating the numbers as a trainer. So that's exactly what I was trying to talk the other day. But there's nothing that can be that I think is possible for us to I mean, other than assuming, and that's a blind goose chase. I mean, what can I assume? Lightning! Welcome back, my friend. The 6 is a soft track expert. Yeah, that's the 8-year-old mare. I do not have much of a hope on that, but I think the problem is the 5, because it doesn't have the form line. The numbers are right, but I think there's a problem with the form line. Other than that, it is perfectly aligned. That is the favorite, and that is how it should be. Ideally, it is a try. Ideally, it is a trifactor here, probably. Ideally, this is a trifactor. 542. That's probably a trifactor, I think. But that 6 is a check, because that's the lowest drop in class. These are huge. That's the lowest. We'll see how that thing gets in. And the 2 is a struggle.
$3,000 what bodes well. He quickened up really nice, I thought, second up over the 3,000. Like, he just stays all day. You know, he's a horse that's performed at Sandown. I know it was Hillside, but not let that influence me. He's won at 3,000 metres at the Valley as well, and that was a good win that day, albeit by a smaller margin. So, yeah, I mean, ultimately, he carries half a kilo more, and I think he's the horse they have to beat.
Yeah, presents really well too. He's had a sweat on the truck. You can see it's just sort of dried on him like that, but he's beautifully relaxed here. I'm not concerned about that. It's a fair old hike from Horsham to Sandown. He's really relaxed. He's moving great. It's a good presentation from where I'm standing.
Enchanted L for Simon Wild in the Linda Beach, third run for the preparation. Contested that Country Oaks race at Ballarat there a couple of weeks ago on Good Friday. Bit disappointing, I felt. $81. I say that was $81, so there wasn't much expected. But you know, maybe at this stage of the preparation against this opposition, she could improve a fair bit. You'd be expecting that. She did end last campaign over the jump pretty well, so we'll keep an eye on her. I think with the bull in mind more than anything else.
I think this run will just tighten her up nicely for that too. I don't know her particularly well, but I think that she's still one run away from being at her peak in regards to her fitness. Just watch her when the jockey gets on. She's being a little bit tense at times here, but it's well within normal limits for the time being.
Gee, Whiskey Moon was a terrific winner at Stall a couple of Sundays ago.
Good speed in that race, wasn't there? So it's a horse that you know, probably take a sign. It was a good run at Yarra Valley Prize.
Good to have you back, Lightning.
He's fit, he's racing well, 3,000 no problem whatsoever. He'll see that strong.
Yeah, presents pretty well here. Another horse that's had just a little bit of a sweat out the back, just took a funny step with his off-hind then, which is a little bit strange, but I haven't done that before then. He does it again there. It looks like a little bit of a string holding type thing that he's got going on there. But yeah, had a little bit of a sweat. Otherwise, he's pretty well in good condition.
Melania is horse 8 for the Maloney team with Luke Cartwright riding.
Yes, and needs to improve. I mean, I think the 52 kilos will certainly help. But it was beat by Eye for an Eye last time out.
This one is a 3,000 meter. Come on.
But I just
3,000 meter and an 8-year-old, man. That's a bad idea.
He's doubled from head to toe. He's been turned out beautifully. Fitness is screwed right down too. There's been no improvement that's needed to be made there if he's up to this sort of class over this distance.
Triora for Kiramara and Jamie Mellon contested that race, ran 4th in the race, won by Whiskey Moon last up Stall.
Yeah, I'm probably close enough to that hot speed, so it could be an improver as a consequence. Obviously, Jamie Mellon's a positive.
Yeah, presents pretty good too. Just a little bit antsy as Jamie's got on board here, but she's been not too bad the whole time that she's been in the yard. She's starting to break out in a little bit of a sweat, so just one more to keep an eye on as she gets round to the gates, that she's not going to overdo it.
All right, Hutch. Get the feeling you're pretty keen to have something on Suffolk Star here.
Yeah, I'm generally allergic to these statements. I don't like getting involved in them because we can be susceptible to, you know, mid-race movements.
Yes.
Just things that happen, and I find them quite difficult myself. But in this instance, and once again, a horse that's drifting, I thought Suffolk Star deserved to be the horse to beat. Whiskey Moon's in good form. Highland Blaze, no shock if it went well. Cable Dancer, I'm a little surprised at the two horses that have been heavily backed here, but I'm with 5-7 to beat 2 and 4.
We're on the same team here, Hutchie, on the Suffolk Star as well. It's not a race that I've got a strong opinion in, to be fair, but I did think that this horse presented really quite well, nice and relaxed. Don't worry about the sweat. I don't think that's going to have any impact on his performance here. But the two Shane Jackson horses presented really well also. Shemakand looks fitter than what it did first up. It actually presented very, very well here. And Highland Blaze is another one. I don't think he's at his peak yet, but he's well on the way and he's not far off.
Let's have a look at this market with thanks to PointsBet for the stayers here over 3,000 metres, and it's an open race according to the betting with Highland Blaze at the top, $4.40 for Cable Dancer. Next line of betting, $5.50 for Whiskey Moon, and Suffolk Star is a $6 chance. Let's head back out on course because Joe Herbert is catching up with Amy Yogi.
Thanks for your time, Joe. Saddling up the two runners here. Let's start with Shamakand. How did he come through his first up run in the Roy Higgins?
Very well. I thought it was a certainly pass mark. It improved again from that. I know Shane has been very happy with him.
Johnny W6.
He's a horse that's got ability from his European form and just got to find his confidence levels again and get him.
I'm scared, John. It's a 3,000 meter.
He's travelling well, so he can certainly run well.
What about Highland?
It's a 3,000 meter, John. It's an 8-year-old. I don't know.
Well, and is entitled to step forward again from that outing, so he can run very well today.
He looks to my eye, I know him quite well from last preparation. He's trending in the right direction. He's not 100% there yet, but he looks like he's going to be in for a good prep.
Yes, absolutely. And his last run indicated
Cliff even plays 6 in race.
He's got targets due next month down in Warrnambool. But look, he can run very well here. He has run very well here previously. So yeah, he can give a real good performance today.
What's the plan with regards to tactics for both horses?
Look, Highland Blaze clearly has a strong finish in him as he showed as he showed at Flemington in the Roy Higgins. Probably look to sit a couple of lengths closer. And Shamakan is drawn very well, but we don't really want to give him a gutbuster early in the race. It's important that he just gets comfortable, gets into a nice rhythm, and finishes the race off well.
Good luck with both runners, Joe.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Joe Herbert, who is now taking care of Shane Jackson's Flemington stable. So a great man to have at the helm of your secondary operation there at headquarters. Inside 3 minutes, Suffolk Star on top at a nice price here for Clint Hutchison. Gee, it's an open race according to the betting, isn't it, Hutch? There's only probably one horse that the market is disrespecting in double figures.
Yeah, I think that can happen in some of these races, particularly when you're dealing with horses that are really well exposed. I mean, a little thing in the back of my mind with a horse like the favourite was more so like, what's going to be the target here, this preparation. It was a good run fresh up, but it's sort of, I don't know if they want to get extra points today or not, going forward. I don't know, and that's not to say they're not out there doing the best. Of course they are, but it's just like there'll be improvement to come. He's a very talented horse. I think Shane's done an amazing job with him, but I like what I see with Suffolk Star. I think it's a fair each way price. I mean, it's not generally the staying races. When you go past a mile and a half, even over a mile and a half, I like I said, I personally find them pretty difficult. I think that there's a lot of increased variables all of a sudden that can come into play, mainly tempo or lack thereof.
Yes,
that's what can make it tricky. And from race to race, you can see big margins turned around very quickly.
You can indeed. And it'd be interesting to see which of these gallopers we're seeing on Wednesday in a couple of weeks' time down at the Bull.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to
Sort of bull-like conditions out there at the moment.
Oh, no, just balmy, mate. What are you talking about out there? It's,
Not that wrong. Put my hand up.
Yeah, well, that said, look, in recent years, the Bull has been okay. Hasn't been. The first couple of years I came back from Hong Kong, it was freezing. We were standing in puddles.
Running sideways.
It was cold and wet.
There was one year, a couple of years ago, I thought the roof was going to blow off the Comfort Inn there near the racecourse.
Big night, wasn't it?
Got up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go down and watch the horses wade through the water. And got there and found out it had been cancelled due to the strong winds. So back to bed.
Yeah. Well, that was a result.
Fill up. Suffolk Star on top for you, Hutch. Give it strength. We're getting involved.
Well, yeah, I'd be suggesting each way, but it wouldn't be a big play.
Interesting race here, Matty. 3,000 of the very best. Looking forward to hopefully seeing some of these gallopers in a couple of weeks' time down at the Ball as well. But an intriguing battle right here, right now.
Yes, it's a very open race, this one. Concerned about the drift with Suffolk Star. Opened up at 440 with bookmakers out to 650, back into 6 late. But it's been a drifter. Highland Blaze has been rock solid with Cable Dancer the second elect. Now Triora goes in as Highland Blaze comes up with also Hollandia. So to complete the line will be Enchanted L and also Cable Dancer. The Stowe Storage Solutions over 3,000 metres. Enchanted L taking one more turn. Goes up and completes it now. So virtually a lap and a half of the lakeside track. The stayers on their way. Suffolk Star drops back to the end of the field. Enchanted L jumped well with Triora and also Whiskey Moon. And up on the inside, Shamar Khan got to about third as Enchanted L is going to cross the face of the field and lead by 2 lengths Triora. And then came Shamar Khan third on the fence, followed by Whiskey Moon as they complete 300 metres and run downhill on the lakeside. Further back in the field is Hollandia with the neck carriage low from Highland Blaze and 2 lengths Cable Dancer with Suffolk Star at the tail. So they come down the hill and around the home corner on the first round, 500 metres out. And it's Enchanted L just bowling out from in second place Triora. Shamar Khan is third on the paint and fourth is Whiskey Moon. Hollandia fifth on the rails, sixth is Highland Blaze. Then came Cable Dancer and at the tail is Suffolk Star, who's very relaxed at the back of the field and just happy to watch it all unfold in the early stages of the contest. Down the straight they come, approximately 2,000 metres to run. In front of the stand, and the leader is Enchanted L at an even speed for a 3,000 metre race, a length and a quarter. Second is Triora, and third is Shamar.
That's a bad idea.
2 lengths to Whiskey Moon. Further back, tucked away on the rails, is Hollandia. Then came Highland Blaze. Cable Dancer's going to track it. And at the turn of the field is Suffolk Star. So they leave 1,700 metres to go, and there's been no change in the order since the start of the race. To lead every inch of the 3,000 metre journey. Heads towards the back of the lakeside track by a length and a half. Triora getting a bit closer as they head to the back, and Shamarkand is third. Over the crossing they go. About 2.5 lengths Whiskey Moon, a length and a quarter Hollandia at the 1,400. Highland Blaze covers it up, and then came Cable Dancer, and last of all is Suffolk Star. So Enchanted L kept them moving down the back. There's 1,200 metres to go. They've just about completed one full circuit by a length and a quarter Triora. Then came on the inside Shamarkand, and their 2.25 Whiskey Moon Hollandia. Highland Blazers next, and then came Cable Dancer, and at the turn of the field is Suffolk Star. So there really hasn't been much change as they reach the 900 metres. The leader is Enchanted L by about a length and a quarter. Second is Triora. Shamarkand, and then came Whiskey Moon as they just start to steadily quicken it up now as they reach the 800 marker. Further back in the field is Highland Blaze, about to be felt for, and then came Hollandia, Cable Dancer, and Suffolk Star with a lot to do at the back of the field. So the leader is Enchanted L, 600 metres to go. Triora's 3/4 of a length away. Then came Whiskey Moon, who set a light deeper. Shamarkand is battling on. Hollandia called on for an effort. Suffolk Star cut the corner. Cable Dancer and Highland Blaze has gone back to the end. It's Enchanted L at the 400. Whiskey Moon is challenging the outside. Cable Dancer. Now Suffolk Star is in limited room here and has to extricate to the outside as Cable Dancer went to the lead. 200 metres to go. Suffolk Star's out now. Then came Hollandia and Highland Blaze staying on at the 100. Cable Dancer, but Suffolk Star's got it. Suffolk
5,
Star moved up to
4,
Cable Dancer and outstays
8,
Suffolk Star
and
to the
2.
right. Cable Dancer, Hollandia, and fourth Highland Blaze. They were followed by Whiskey Moon, Triora, Enchanted L, and Shamarkand. Suffolk Star in the end a real drifter and got out to $6.10 and $2.20 with Tommy Stock.
That was exactly how it's 5 and 4. That is how it is. 5-4. And this then it was here, I think. Hey, that was a little too much, and they raved it like nobody's business. 5-4, 8 and 2. 5-4, 8 and 2. That was a 57.99. 5-4. Then it was here. This was a struggle. 8-4-9-6 5-4-8. Anyway, that happened. The 5 won. That was basically how it is. We'll go to the next. Eight has been scratched. There's no 8. 1, 7, 10, and 3. So what is happening is this. So what happened here is the 5 won. Okay, why? Because that was the lowest challenge. All right, that was the lowest challenge, and then came the 4, which was ideally the thing. That was the next. The 2 was at 3.5. The question that I asked was the negative 3.5 plus positive 3.5. So initially I thought it was 8, but then that was 3.5 at 57, and then we had a 56 here at which was 8-year-old mare. But by the time I actually, realized it, it was too late, and I went with the 6, which was probably not the idea. It was here. Okay, so this was negotiated by this. Now here it is the same thing. So if you look at the 1 did not get through. That was a 5.5. So this is at 5. So coming from 56.5 to straight 61.5, it's a good horse. But what makes it a difficult proposition is this, that this probably is getting into trouble. Why? Because that's a little too much. That's a little too much. So what needs to happen here is this, that probably a magic, I don't know how that will work. Now at 56, it is the pressure line is 10. At 61, without any movement, the pressure line is 10. Okay, so they have the same pressure line. Difference is this, that this is a 5-year-old gelding, this is a 7-year-old gelding. But that's besides the point. We have to believe the numbers, which also is the age. But so what is this race? This race is basically it's going to be a 1600 meters benchmark 66, but problem is 3 of the jocks have never raced here at this particular track, including 7. They have not raced here. So this is going to be the first time they're going to be racing. 7, 5, and 9, the jocks have never raced here. This track is difficult. This track has its own dynamics, geometry, which they are not aware of. So now, that 1 is in trouble. That is genuine. This one is equally in trouble. From 54.5, okay? If they are the same, 54.5, 54.5, if the competition is like that, then 6 is the one with the advantage. This is a little too much, that I think, 1. But the other side of thinking is this, that this is a performing horse, all right? That's the quant, which means it has the highest promotion. So if that's that, then that's that. But what is happening is this, that the 3 is getting into trouble because of the resistance, and the 1 is getting into trouble because of the promotion from 56. All right, that's that part of the story. That 6 is a check, because the 6 is kind of, if they are all challenging, then that is the lowest challenge. All right, that is an achievable goal. These are very dicey goal. So the 6 is there. Now the 6 is a low pressure. Ideally, that is a low pressure. But what we have is This can go wrong. I mean, so that's the highest quant. Okay, that's the highest quant. This is a lower challenge. This is a lower challenge, but a higher resistance. Okay, this is a lower challenge. I mean, with that kind of a quant, it is still better than 6. The advantage is also more. So that's one side of the story. Which is the nearest one that can knock it out? Is obviously 3. That is the second one, but that's a 54.5. Now that's where the advantage kicks in. So the advantage is with 5, where the jockey has never raced here. If that's that, then it is here, okay? Much lesser, 98.5, but the jockey has never raced here. And if that's the high pressure on a 1600 meter, that is very wide from gate number 9. So is this. Then everything is on the inner side where these guys come in, okay? And this one is a dangerous one. This is a stair. This is actually from 61, which is at 61, and this one is from 56.5 to 61.5. So that's the quant. So this thing is a threat. The 2. This thing is a threat. The 2 is a threat. Now, whether that thing is practically possible, at that I doubt. And if this one is here, then what happens to all these horses is a question. Bad idea to get into it. I won't get into it. This thing from here it is here to 2.5. We'll see how that works. For me, it's a pass. Stretch, Jimmy boy. It's a dicey one. The thing is very dicey. That is believable. That is also reasonable. But that is a little but it is supporting. I mean, the resistance is less, so even after that, the resistance is less. So that's kind of a good horse. One, 3, 5, and 10. Jimmy.
Nicely, no knocks from where I'm standing.
3 is Enchanted Jenny, who's now back with Lloyd Kennewell after previously being trained by Lucy Yeomans.
That it is. And look, I thought this is once again an easier test. It was okay, I thought, when 6 and 7 beat 2 lengths behind Ever Rain. I don't think that's bad form. This is an easier race. Claim helps. Big drop in class. So I think this mare's in the game here.
She presents beautifully. Once again, she's looked very good all preparation with Lucy, and she's been maintained nicely by Lloyd going back to that stable here. She's very, very fit. You can see that with the benefit of the saddle blanket just being flicked up there. Beautiful tone over her rib cage.
4 is Hawk Power for Paul Coombs, Dakota Keen steering. Been a little while since this horse was in the winner's stall back overseas. She just had the one run in this time. Are you expecting him to have come on from that run at a big price?
Well, you'd hope so. But hasn't won 600 days. Started hundreds, beat 5 lengths. Made some late headway, fresh up 1300. So there'll be improvement, but I don't know if there'll be enough to win it here.
He looks like a big burly type of horse, another one that I haven't assessed before, but looks to my eye that he's still got that bit of improvement to come. I can only assume that he was even bigger when he resumed first up.
Torn has run 3rd at his last 3 outings to the races. Can he break that run of placings this afternoon?
Look, he's going well. I mean, there's no denying that. His recent form's been solid. He's consistent. He can take a spot. He's pretty versatile where you can ride him. So I think Holly Noddle, the star from WA, has got a real chance to sort of probably pick up some points here.
He's incredibly fit, this horse, just perfect tone over his rib cage. He's looked good all preparation, really, to be fair, and he comes in today, another really good solid parade.
6 is Wings of Carmen for the Cunningham team with Brittany Button steering.
That it is. Look, another horse that I was beautiful ride last night up by Corey Parrish, who got into a nice spot, produced at the right time and won, drops a little bit in weight, progressive, consistent sort of horse. So I think in terms of the barrier and the consistency with this galloper, the rider will be pretty happy to get on board because Wings of Carmen should give it every chance to figure.
Definitely strips fitter today than what he did last week in a similar sort of a race. Just looks a lot tighter over the rib cage than what the horse did on that occasion. So it's obviously taken a bit of benefit out of it.
The next horse, Hutch, is a very important runner to have a look at because it's your best bet on the program at a nice price here. Cardi B, a $6 chance.
Yep, I just really liked the win last start. I know it was a heavy track, but the form prior was good as well. I mean, second to Roulette King, a bit of a distance, but there was a lot of merit to that run. Then they went to Ballarat again, and that was a race that Little Richard Turf came out to win. Started 4-4, definitely no excuses there as well. So hopefully Cardi B can get it done.
Yeah, she looks really good, Hutchie, too. I can tell you that for certain. She's got great tone, beautiful coat. She's paraded really nicely. Just a little bit up and about there, which is to be expected when she's about to race.
Next horse to have a look at is Move the Tirana, the one that Jules is kicking up for a winner 2 back at Geelong, and then good at Geelong in the race won by Lario from the rear of the field last start. Gets Emily Lang from Queensland in the saddle today, Hutch.
Yeah, I was giving it a bit of a chance last start. I just don't think it was in the 8 ground. It was a good run, and like Jules said, maybe it was where
Jimmy.
I'm not sure about that, but I know that it wasn't an easy spot to win a race from that day. Move the Tirana, she's actually flying at the moment, so she's certainly one that I'd be respecting.
No, definitely. She looks outstanding in the yard. I said that to Lindsay Smith as he was leading her out. I said, looks outstanding. He said, me or the horse? I said, well, both of you. But no, absolute 10 out of 10. Couldn't look any better here.
Flood had thrown at a solid but no doubt frustrating preparation last time in, because she was close on several occasions, and while she never really run poorly, she probably deserved to put a few more races away, didn't she? So she's looking for her second career win, and she's resuming today.
Would not be shocked at all if this horse was good enough to win over this distance first up. I mean, that's the key. It wants further. But
I'm out of this one, Jimmy.
yeah, really interesting run ahead. The market support is coming thick and fast, so one to keep safe for sure.
Yeah, I think she's a bit of a natural athlete, this mare. She's definitely pretty forward first up, a little bit more forward than what I was anticipating. We know she's going to get better as she gets over further, but fitness won't let her down here.
What are we doing here, Hutch? The first heat today on the National Apprentice Race Series. It's your best bet on the program. It's a stupid question. What are we doing here?
For me, bolted in last start. Like I said, I'm not just reading. It was the wet track. As horses form on good tracks was pretty sound into that. It's a winnable race. Enchanted Jenny is over the odds at 950. I think it's a lot easier. Test Otago. Well, if you pick the best bits of the form from Otago win, the 290 you can cop, but I can't cop it because I'm not sure what we're going to get. And Torn's a very consistent galloper, 7-3-1-5.
You could easily have one of 3 or 4 here on top from the yard. There was really not much between them. I'm going to go Cardi B top, just on top. She looked really good when she came in the yard. I was nearly going to go Move the Tirana. I think this horse looks outstanding in the yard. Couldn't fault her parade.
Okay.
I think Otago as well. There's another one. Just looks outstanding. There's a really quite a tough and competitive race from a mounting yard point of view. Enchanted Jenny was another one that's been ticked over well.
Let's have a look at this market with points bet. Otago, $2.80. $6 for Cardi B has been kept very safe. Wide the Tron's been well backed, as Hutchie said when we were going through the yard. $6 as well. $7 for Torn, and Wings of Carmen is also a $7 chance. Let's head out on course because Amy Yagi is catching up with Mick Kent Jr. to discuss the chances of the stable here with Otago, the top weight. Roll the dice, colours looking for another victory.
Thanks for your time, Michael. Otago. Gosh, he looks good. He'd be frustrating, wouldn't he? He hasn't won for such a long time. Can he break through today?
Hope he can. Yeah, you're right, because he took a couple runs to get fit, and we had him right to go sort of Cranbourne Cup Day. He got like 3 wide no cover up for the next 3 runs in a row. So he sort of got a horse up and peaking, and there were 3 hard luck stories, sadly. And he's been up a while, but he's a little freshened. If he runs like he trialled last Monday, he'll go well.
These apprentice races, they're such a good initiative, aren't they? And the jockeys are obviously a random ballot, but you must have been wrapped when you've got Luke Cartwright. Any one of them would have been a good asset, but Luke's riding so well in particular.
Yeah, Luke was laughing. He said, when I drew Mick Price and Peter Moody, I was laughing because they're my 2 stables. So, yeah, look, he's ridden the horse, so aren't we lucky to have him on? We'll just bounce and be thereabouts. He puts himself up there. There's no natural speed, but there's a few kids here who haven't ridden before, so you can't control that, and I'm sure he'll ride him very well.
On a personal note, Michael, you've got a lot of things going on. You've got a beautiful baby at home, and you've got bragging rights with your clever wife too, Ali, who's just had a very successful Sydney Easter show.
Yeah, she's unbelievable. She's got a small team, boutique team, but they're all very, very good horses. And her good mare, Regalia, is by Maurice. It was a very slow racehorse, and she jokes that she's now won more on the show ring than she's on the racetrack. But she went back-to-back champion hack at Sydney Royal, which is one of the biggest events of the year. So a remarkable mare, and very proud of her. She works very hard.
Here, well said. Husband credit points there. Well done. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Basically a minute on start time. Map here for Cardi B. Where does she land in the run ideally, do you think, Hutch?
Wherever she's happy, probably, I would say midfield.
Okay.
Yeah, I reckon she'll be in the field. But,
Give her strength.
you know, some of these, once again, these apprentice races can be a little bit tricky. So,
Particularly when a lot of these have
you
set
get
the track.
Yeah, you get the map right, you probably go a fair way to winning it.
Let's head to Matty Hill. One of the highlights of the program here for the apprentices, the ninth heat of the National Apprentice Race Series. Over to Matty.
Absolutely, Timmy, the future of our sport on the show here with these young gun jockeys, as there is Wings of Carmen going into the stalls, Brittany Button. Note the states represented on the pants of these jockeys. Blue Cartwright in the blue of Victoria coming forwards. Now going in is Otago, move the Tirana, with Emily Lang representing Queensland about to come along. And the Torn for Holly Nuttall representing Western Australia goes up to just about complete the line here. Tote favourite Otago at $2.70. Usually races pretty well fresh. Field sets. Heat 9 of the National Apprentice Series. They're away, and Enchanted Jenny was slow to begin, missed the start by 4 or 5 lengths. Beginning well, Otago moved the Tirana. Not too far away out deeper is Cardi B also forcing up. Hawk Power behind them, and then came Forward de Trone. Next in between horses, Super Snitch, about a length and 3/4 away in the field is Wings of Carmen, and then came Torn, and 2 further back, Enchanted Jenny is trying to mop up the mess at the back of the field. 11.50 out, and the leader is Cardi B for Caitlin Tootle from South Australia, leading by 2 lengths to move the Tirana. Emily Lang for Queensland outside of...
Yeah, the Victorian feeds are available, so
Victoria. They're a length and 3/4 Hawk Power, fourth on the inside of Super Snitch, about 2.5 lengths away in the field is Forward de Trone, the outside of Wings of Carmen. Torn is second last, and Enchanted Jenny is a long way off the leader. So the front runner is Cardi B. Tootle getting some good fractions in front by a length and a half, move the Tirana. Otago is third as they run downhill at the 650. Hawk Power next on the fence, and then came Super Snitch, a length and 1/4 to Forward de Trone, and now trying to get going is Torn towards about 3 and 4 deep and well back in the field, probably about 9 lengths off the lead, and then towards the end of the field, trying to cut the corner, Wings of Carmen. So they reach the 400 metres. Cardi B with Otago getting up on the inside. Cardi B and Otago together, and then came Move the Tirana and Hawk Power. It's Otago with Cardi B who won't relent. 200 metres to go. Cardi B jigs in for the fight, draws a neck in front of Otago, Move the Tirana. Forward de Trone is late. It's Cardi B holding on. Forward de Trone and makes this interesting on the line. Cardi B or Forward de Trone with Otago, who was in third place, or at least fighting it out, with also behind those horses then out deeper on the track, Torn. Then came Enchanted Jenny with also Wings of Carmen, who was running through the line. Towards the back, Super Snitch, and also Move the Tirana, who's pulled up quickly over the line as well and finished a lot closer. It'll get up on the outside, Forward de Trone. Forward de Trone will nail Cardi B by a nose
11.
on the line.
10,
Forward de Trone, number 10, Jackson Radley for Tasmania.
10, 7, 9, I
Forward de
think.
Trone gets up. Will just get up from Cardi B second. Caitlin Tootle, South Australia, Kieran Maher, Quinellas the race. And third will be Otago, number 1. Blue Cartwright for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr. Moved the Tirana, finished in fourth and pulled up quickly through the line. It's one of the last pulling up when I got back to it. 10, 7, 1 and 9. 10, 7, 1 and 9. 1:40.05 was the race time. 1:40.05. The placings 10.
ten, 7, 10, 7, 1, and 9. So where was it getting into difficulty is this, that's high. 55.5, it is low pressure from gate number 6, went through 0, 10, then the 7, then the 1. It did not look right to me somehow. This was... I did not expect the 10 to win as well, but that happened. We'll go to the next 4. 5, 8, 10, all scratched. 5, 8, 10 is not there. 2, 9, 3, 7. Two, 9, 3, and 7. Two is at a negative 323. All right. So that probably is a bad idea. That's probably a lay. 3 is equally bad. So what happened the other day is this, that we had at Randwick, okay? So disappointment at Randwick is this, that uh, 7. This mare was one of the top-notch mares in Australia. I forgot the name. This was race number 9, horse number 7. So this is the top-notch, and it lost. So Delius won. Okay. Now that was at negative 182. That did not happen. So that probably is a bad idea. That I don't know how that will work. So 3 is equally la that. If out of this anybody has any chance of doing anything, that is probably 9. But the jock has never raced here on a 1200 meter. He doesn't even know what this track is all about. The contrary is this, that at a 54.5, it is at a pressure line of 75, wherein this 54.5 is the same horse as a 5-year-old mare, which is not. Okay. And this is easier, achievable for a 54. And then everything starts getting into advantage. The problem with 11, that's a 54.5. It's not of the highest class, but it is going to run neutral. That generally doesn't translate. That generally doesn't work. Then here with the highest quant, this horse, is probably a place. Now that's a 6-year-old gilding. I don't know how that will work. The 56 to 62. So this is better. 53, 51. This is 54, 56. So out here at 56, 56.5, then becomes advantage. That probably is a bad idea. The 9 has a slim chance, but I don't have a way to figure out how slim is that chance, because if that's a 54.5, this is a 54.5. This thing probably is not in a position to win because it being a neutral and dropping. But definitely through the competition, it has the advantage, especially because it is getting into negative. So that probably is that. But I don't have enough to go with this and this. So that probably is not the thing. Then everything is on advantage. So the probably a bad idea. I'm not going to get into this as well. It doesn't. I mean, so what's happening? So these three horses, when they get into negatives, if you've been to this channel, you know what happens. It is the resistance. Okay, it doesn't matter how good the horse is. If the resistance looks like that, we've seen what happened at Randwick. I don't know how to overcome this. I'm trying. I don't know what to look for. I don't know what to this is the resistance that is working against the horse, okay, for the distance and the weight that they're carrying. That's the resistance. And one of the, I mean, if we do an analysis what happened at a track like Randwick on Saturday, none of these horses they got in. There was only one horse, okay? There was only one horse that won, which was the horse number 9, I think. This one, okay? This one won. This was a group 2. This one worked out. So that happened. And we got the 2. That also happened. So the 9 won. The 2 came in second, but that is something happened. That is something happened. That was a 53 on a group 2 at Randwick. That was negative 53, all right? Here, the lowest is negative 86. I don't know. Pass. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. I'm back. too risky. Bro, I kind of, I'm lost after here. I am lost after here. The 9 maybe has a very slim chance, but that also is a contradiction because at a 54.5, it's if it is like that, then at a 54.5, this thing is very strong. But that is going to be running a neutral. For a neutral to win, it has to be a very high class, which is a problem here. So that's why I can't get on with this one. This one is going to come from gate number 11. God knows what it'll do. That's the thing. And then at a 3.5, it is here. At a 56, a 3 is getting 76. And this is like that. So God knows what will happen, bro.
Where he was badly held up. So will he relish a bit of a class drop too, potentially here?
Boy,
No problem,
crack at them.
Jimmy.
But leading that race at Ballarat where he started $19, he put on back-to-back wins at Ararat, Yarra Valley, and look, I'm not saying he would have won, but he would have gone pretty close. So he is one that deserves a little bit of respect, I think.
So on race day, he's a big nervous pest. He always gets himself all hot and sweaty. So what he's doing right now is no different to what he does every start. I will say he looks as good as what I've seen him all prep. He's very, very fit.
Belmer's Yarn's a promising horse on the way through his grades. He's a 3-year-old gelding. Jerome Hunt's trains. M. Posman to steer. Can he win again?
As Jill said, I think he's the best horse in the race. But what you have to... I think the 1500 probably sorted him out last time. I think they might have had a regroup think, you know what, he got away with it today, but we're going to keep him in the sprint distances. So they've freshened him up. He's back in trip. I still think he can win on the back of a freshen, and he's definitely going to play. Put up pretty good performance so far.
He looks fantastic here today too. He's not as fit as what I have seen of him previously, but he's well and truly fit enough for this distance range, if that makes sense. I just think that he continues to strengthen throughout this preparation. He's holding his weight really well, and he's just got a lot more ring craft about him today. I haven't seen him for a couple of starts. He presents very well.
Next horse to have a look at is Conflict, who's won both of his 2 starts this time in for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. He's been short price favourite at both of them. He's a $4 chance today.
Well, he's had, 5 career starts, and he's run 1, 2 in 4 of them. So for those top 2 players, there's a good chance he'll figure. He looks one of the main chances on what he's produced so far in this preparation. He's definitely got some good upside.
He presents well. I haven't seen him before, but he's a good-looking horse. Quite pleasantly surprised with what I'm seeing, and he's putting together a great record too. He's one that's just had a little bit of a sweat out the back, but that's not going to impact his performance.
Impressive enough for Dean Bernays here. His horse number 4 has run 6th at his last couple of race day outings.
Just needs to improve a little bit on recent form, I feel. He's been up a while. He's probably been in a similar type contest. In fact, this might have a little bit more strength to it, and also freshened back to 1200. So I was looking elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm happy to look past him today. He's one that's just having a little bit more of a sweat than what I've seen of him usually, and he's just started to spring his winter coat ever so slightly too. It's very healthy. There's no knock on that at all, but I have seen him present better than what he has done today.
We last saw Choice Witness in a pretty decent race at Albury. It was over the 1175 metres. Disappointing in that kind of race, but by grade it was a benchmark 94, so a significant drop in grade. He would need to improve.
That form hasn't worked out that well. As someone have competed since, haven't run a place. You're right, it's a big drop in class, but not sure the form leading into that was anything spectacular anyway, so that's a bit defiant for mine.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the way that she's been turned out though, but I'd agree she probably needs to find a bit on what she has been doing. Ben always turns his horses out looking fit and well, and it's no different where I'm standing.
Fearless rider for Adrian McGregor. It's been a little while since this year was in the winner's stall, Hutch.
Second up, pretty good record though, so I think just peaked a little bit late at Pakenham last start behind Blue Bandit. Bit of form out of that race, don't mind it, one that can figure.
Probably the right time to put the blinkers back on too when she hasn't won in such a long time. She looks like she's coming to hand well. She's moving very well for her. Fitness won't be an issue.
8's out, 9 is Persian Caviar. Interesting runner, isn't she, Hutch? She's won on debut, and then she's been good in a couple of races since, and we get to see her again for the first time since the 25th of March.
Good form race. King Tut, Nation State out of that race. It's only her third career start. She'll strip a little bit fitter. She has been favourite last time. I'm not sure. I mean, I know she's obviously got the rap on her being a progeny out of Black Caviar, but, you know, there's some substance to what she's done on the track as well, this mare. So I'd imagine she'll be in the game here, and she's definitely a winning chance.
I think she strips a lot fitter today than what she did first up here at Sandown a few weeks back, which is a really good progression to see her make. Her parade today has been really good, just ever so slightly on her toes there, but she's just feeling very well. I think she looks super.
11 is Pardoned by French. 600 days since she was able to win a benchmark 58 at Sale over 1,400 metres.
I had a jump out. The most recent jump out leading was really nice work. Actually, my friend there by Mansour get over a bit more ground. But,
Yeah, Jimmy, those things happen.
Quite a try, really. I probably would appreciate further, but seems like has come back in pretty good order.
And Jack Turnbull gave her a good push for each way, little cheeky place chance earlier on in the day too. I think she presents really quite well. She's been nice and relaxed the whole time that she's been in the yard. I think it was a pretty good parade from a big, heavy type of mare.
Okay, Hutch, the mounting yard, the Belmez yarn.
Heavy,
Well
yes.
supported. Does he go on top for you?
He does. Yeah, I like him as a horse. I think he's rock bottom odds though, because as Jules said, he does get back a bit. But I don't know. I don't know if this is the kind of lakeside track where it's sort of inside and on pace as much as it can be. I think you can, you know, track into it with a rail in this position, and Belmezan can launch. Persian Caviar, Conflict, third elect in the market, Fearless Rider of the others. But I think the favourite will be pretty hard to beat.
We're on different teams here, Hutchie. I have gone Persian Caviar on top from the yard. I think she strips a lot fitter today than what she did first up, and she ran really quite admirably on that occasion. So happy to go with her on top here. Of the rest, I think Superset's a horse that's been very, very fit. He's been up a good while now, very consistent parade by him. Belmezan is another one that looks very good, as does Conflict.
Let's have a look at the market now. Belmez yarn continues to be well supported. $2.15. Persian Caviar sold at $3.40 on the second line of betting. $4.40 for Conflict. Superset 13. Halved his opening quote, albeit with some deductions along the way. But interesting little race here. Belmez yarn, $2.15 leading the way here for race 4 at Sandown Lakeside with points bet. It's only 4 minutes away. Let's get on course because Kat Coleman is going to tell us about the stables runner here, Persian Caviar.
Thanks for joining me, Kat. Busy time saddling up a couple of runners here. Let's start with Conflict. He's been super this preparation, 2 from 2.
Yeah, he has. It really seems like he's matured a little bit this time around and he's starting to wrap his head around it. You know, despite being gelded quite early on, he's still been a cheeky lad the whole way through. So I think the more racing he does, the better he's going to continue to get.
What about Persian Caviar? I thought she ran super first up and she looks to have taken good natural improvement from that.
Yeah, definitely. First up, after a long break, I was really pleased with her. She's come on nicely since then. So I think today, you know, providing she gets a soft enough run in transit, I think she can run a nice race.
These apprentice races, there's such a good opportunity for our interstate apprentices as well as our locals, and you've drawn very well with 2 very capable young riders on both your horses.
Yeah, we have indeed. Got very lucky there, and Luke knows Conflict well. He did a lot of his early work, jump outs and whatnot on him, which for a quirky horse I think is a big plus. Persian Caviar, she's very straightforward, so exciting to have the fellow West Australian apprentice on board there.
Little home roots there too. Who would you say out of the two you've got on top, you Kat?
Probably looks a nicer map for Persian Caviar. Conflict, if he can tuck in with a little bit of cover and gets a strong 1200, he's obviously in winning form, but might just map a little bit better for Persian Caviar.
Busy afternoon with a number of runners still to come. Can you talk us through a couple of those or who your best might be?
Yeah, what have we got left to come? Wise In-Law, I think he's sort of been prepping up nicely with a couple of runs in now under his belt. If he can sort of tuck in and get a little bit of cover, I think it sets up a nice race for him later on. Go left in the same race. She's just been looking for better ground, which looks like she'll get this afternoon. And then we've got Gates in the last. He's probably still looking for a little bit further on later in the preparation.
Good luck with all your runners, Kat.
Thank you.
Yep, good thoughts from Kat Coleman there. Conflict and Persian Caviar for the stable. Of course, the second heat of the series of apprentices here. We had Jackson Radley for Tasmania take out the previous race, race number 3, which was the 9th heat of the National Apprentice Race Series, and this is the 10th heat. That's a benchmark 66 over the 1200 metres. There's Persian Caviar with Emily Lang, Holly Noddle rather, from Western Australia to ride, who's been on fire this season. Super set. Jackson Radley in the saddle has had a good preparation too, looking for another winner to bounce back into the winner's stall this afternoon. And Conflict with Luke Cartwright, who's also on fire, and he'll be looking forward to a big weekend of racing right across Victoria too. We're about 90 seconds off the start here of race number 4. Matty Hill's selections there on screen. Belle Mezzian to beat Conflict and Persian Caviar. So Matty thinking that the emerging up-and-coming horse is the one to beat, followed by a couple of the Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman runners. Another very interesting race. Let's head to Matty Hill for his call of race number 4, the 10th heat of the National Apprentice Race Series.
Yes, Belle Mezzian, Tim has always just shown above average ability. He's got a very good turn of foot, and he's lightly raced. He's had 3 starts for 2 wins and a minor placing, but gets another opportunity here. Emily Posman, who's not a part of the series, but is obviously allowed to ride in this apprentice-only race. Rides Belle Mezzian, so these horses milling around. It's well supported, $2.30 into $2.10 with Persian Caviar, $3.30 out to $3.50, and Conflict $4 out to $4.60 on BOP. About to be called forwards. Fields have dropped for Mornington on Saturday, a 10-race card also conducted by the Melbourne Racing Club, and it's a terrific program. Things off with a 2-year-old race, and that has speed to burn in it, and very competitive Mornington Cup and Hariba Stakes program. A couple of listed features there on the weekend. Another busy week of racing here in Victoria. Now, Pardon My French goes into the stores. Fearless Writer to come along here for Emily Lang, representing Queensland. Field of 8 in this race. Now going in Belle Mezzian, a super set with Jackson Radley. The first of our heats today representing Tasmania. It's going to be the final one. 2.1 Mezzian on BOP. 1200 the trip. Super set goes in. And they're locked away. 4th event. Stand pretty well.
11.
They're racing at the 1200 metres. Choice Witness drifts back towards the end with Pardon My French. Persian Caviar impressive enough. Both jumped very well. A length in front of Fearless Rider, who got the trail behind them. And they landed some way in front of the others as Super Set improved to 4th. Choice Witnesses over racing badly on the inside of Belle Mezzian. Then came Conflict, and Pardon My French is at the tail. Impressive enough is the leader. Running off the back section at the 800 metres for Caitlin Tootle of South Australia, who of course just got touched off in the previous race. Led 3/4 of a length to Super Set second at the 650. They steadied. Persian Caviar third, the inside from Fearless Writer. 2 lengths away, Choice Witness settling a little bit better. The inside of Conflict, then Pardon My French and Belle Mezzian at the end of the field. Impressive enough, the first to straighten. 400 metres to go by over a length. Super Set, Persian Caviar. Then came Fearless Writer. Choice Witness behind them. Belmazian's got a reminder. It's starting to wind up, but it would want to. Persian Caviar claims impressive enough. 200 metres to go. Then came Fearless Rider. Conflict and Belmazian running on. Persian Caviar with about 100 metres to go. In front for Western Australia.
7,
And Persian Caviar won it from
2
Fearless
and
Rider.
3.
Conflict or Belmazian. They were
9, 7, 2 and 3, I think.
Impressive enough. Superset and the long gap choice with the settle. Persian Caviar, Holly Nottle for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman, $2.90 and $1.30, sat right up there on the speed and has fought it out well from Fearless Rider second. About 3/4 of a length was the winning margin, and they've hit it a lot together for third. Stand by for third. The judge can have that one. Persian Caviar, the mare by Written Tycoon, out of the Great Black Caviar. Put the riding on the wall first up with a good placing behind Shame. A bit of form coming out of that race. Holly Nottle, who is a young rider representing Western Australia, the 21-year-olds, and initially competed in polo cross and rodeos, and Jim Carter's over there in the West, and has accumulated some 104 wins in less than 12 months.
Nine, 7, 2 and 3. You can't. That is. I mean, still the horse is good. Yeah. Got into the third position. We'll go to the next. Five is huge scratching. You scratch them all. 7, 13, 18, and 5. The odds are right. Okay. So how it is right? So this one, the 12 is the highest drop in class, which is the linear. Okay. Now being being a linear, it is getting into a low pressure, which is a contradiction in itself. I don't know how that is happening, but that is happening. So what is happening is, this is the, so if we look at that, this is the con, so that's the toughest. So 43. 7 comes in with the load, which is the thing, all right? Lower, like this one. Lower, less stress, higher weight. This is difficult. So this is load value. Competition is less. 0, but it's getting into a neutral. So that's that. And the 13, which if all of them are the same in drop, so that's the highest advantage, which is here. Apart from this one, which is challenging, and that's there, the 10. Okay. So the odds are right. I mean, if we look at what is happening, so that's the highest, and then from here it is the lowest. Now let's see the quant. So 5 and 5, actually they are not from the same weight, so the quant will not work. The quant is not going to work. 2, 60, 70, 0.5, 0.5. So this 84, 4. These two are the same. So that is the advantage. Okay. Out of these two, this one definitely has the advantage. But the question is this, that 59, 62.5, this is 57, 33, and then it's 5, 43, 84, 9, 3. So the point is this, that the odds are right through how the drop and the load balances. Okay, through how the drops and the load balances. But having said that, the problem is this, that this is going to run neutral. So that probably is something that I don't know, but whether a neutral will get there or not, because for a neutral, if we look through that, this is still there. This is a 7-year-old gilding. Then this is the 5, which is up here, and this is on the 3rd line. So this probably is not, and the load will not work. So where it gets into the trouble is that if it loses the traction at the last moment because it is running a neutral, then it is upside down. But through the odds, it is right. I mean, that's showing the right picture. The 7 highest load, and 13 the lowest load in the drop. Okay, now these two are staying, which are here. And that's the problem. 57. That is not possible. Out of these two, this is okay. So 13 is good. 18. That is also right. 13. I don't know if the 13, the 7 is going to be able to nail it, but 13 probably is a place that will probably happen, beating the 18, because that's a 57, it's a 59. If they are the same, then the advantage here, it is a little too much on 57. 60 is okay. That's how it should be. The hand is also good, but the problem is that's going to run neutral. So if that's not it, then where it can land. So that's 60. This is a 7-year-old gilding from gate number 13. And that's a 5-year-old gilding from gate number 17. God knows what will happen. Maybe 7 has the opportunity today as a neutral, because the 5 is way too low. Seven is relaxed. That's the highest form. 55 doesn't have the form line. Then it is this one, which is 57 and 0.52. So both of them are in trouble. Maybe we will see how that works. 13 should get a place. 7, we will see if that neutral gets a place. Wins. What a fool, my goodness. Murphy, Doomband. PC, welcome back, PC. But here's the thing. Autumn, that horse at Ranwick, which I was talking about, um, that was probably Autumn Glow. So that was probably Autumn Glow, which I think is the name. This one is Autumn Glow. It was what? 7 horses. And here it was 8 horses. So more or less the same structure basically. So this thing came in third. Autumn Glow also came in third. I think that's the name, if I'm not mistaken.
The 10th also clear. And ladies and gentlemen, second v first at Balaclava protest. Second v first. So the numbers over the line 8-10. But the winner's come a long way off its line. So that'll be an interesting protest. We'll bring you the update as soon as we have it here on racing.com. Let's go to have a look at the Beast Mode promo because it's live now, punters. So if you want spicy odds at Sandown Lakeside, Kimgara, or Balaclava in South Australia, make sure you check out the PointsBet app. That is Beast Mode. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential is the ball calling number on the screen of the website. Into the yard wicket.
This mountain yard brought to you by the Group 1 winning team behind Apocalyptic, Ninja and Space Rider. My Racehorse.
A lot of scratchings here in race 5, the first leg of the quaddie, the Tobin brothers celebrating lives handicap, 2100 metre benchmark 70, 1, 2 are out, 3 is also clear, but we'll kick off the yard for Lindsay Park. Jackson Radley looking for another winner on the program, Hutch.
That he is, and horse that's not been in sort of bit of mixed form, I suppose, of late. But look, I thought the last run behind Hallowed Halls was okay. Probably gets back in the run as we've mentioned already, and it might be a fraction easier than what was struck last time out.
He saddles up really good here. He's a very, very relaxed customer. He's just about asleep here in the yard. He's a good-looking son of So You Think too. He's got that trademark handsome face on him. He presents similar to how I've seen him a couple of times this prep.
4's out, 5 is both sides now, who won its first 2 races this preparation. Hutch for Shane Jackson and Johnny Allen.
They were at the ball, then went to Ballarat. Probably went quick enough and then felt the pinch late. So I think the overall form of prep's good. Drops a couple of kilos back with a sort of mini rising grade and looks your leader. So she's still got some upside. I think she'll be there for a fair way.
Yeah, she's exceptionally fit, this mare. She looks like she doesn't hold on to her weight overly well. There's really not much excess in the tank there and looks a touch highly strung at times too. But, you know, that won't let her down in the race in regards to her fitness anyway.
6 is out. 7 is Houdini, who's been very good this preparation with a couple of wins to his name. Arguably, probably could have had a couple more. He's been a beaten favourite in his last 2 starts, though. Hutch.
Well, he has, but he's racing well. I mean, I don't think there's any knock. I don't think there's been too many excuses. I mean, he's been beaten 0.3 and 0.7 on the length or thereabouts. So he's running, I think, to his form. He'll run to his form again today. I suppose Mark's are on board, and if he finds the right run and the right race shape, which he probably will get here, he could get back to the lead.
I haven't seen him for a couple of months, this bloke, but he does look similar to how I'm used to seeing him. He's a touch warm on his flank and on his girth, but that wouldn't have had any impact on his performance at this point in time. His coat's still lovely and healthy for this time of year.
8 and 9 both out. 10 is Djokovic, who won his first 2 races this campaign. It's been just going fairly since.
I think that's a fair call, and look, he is back down in class. That may help, but look, his last 2 still, I just haven't really been overly impressed with the way he's hit the line. So I think he went off this sort of rating. He's had the official rating 65. He'll get another race somewhere along the line, but there's just others that made more appeal today.
I find him a little bit hard to assess, this horse. He always looks a bit soft to me, but I know that is just his normal body shape. He's won well earlier in his preparation, and I'm sure he looked the same on those occasions. His coat's still very good, though.
Next horse to have a look at's on Fleek for Benny Brisbane. Winner 3 back at the Caulfield Heath circuit when favourite. Been to Cranbourne and Sandown Lakeside since then. Lockie King has got a terrific record with this camp.
Yeah, a bit stiff at Lakeside last time out. Just got it held up big stage. I thought there were some excuses, so hang on, please, there you go.
Yeah, she looks good. I think that she's been really consistent all preparation in regards to the way that she's been turned out. She should be running up to her mark again today.
Salsita for Emily and David Brown was a good run first up in the race, won by High Tempo Sale on March 29. Expecting this guy to be an improver up in Trippier Hutch.
Yeah, and second up especially, very consistent sort of gelding. He needs another win now. It's been over 500 days, but he definitely returned with a good performance, and I wouldn't be shocked, but you'd probably want a price for him. You're getting a good enough price.
I don't know this horse, but geez, he's had a decent sweat here, like really significant. He's foamed up really badly between his back legs. He's actually in a lather all over his body. So you know him at home better than what I do, and you're not used to seeing him like this, and it may be a bit of a concern.
No for Chris Waller and Craig Williams, a last start winner at Cranbourne, beating Just Jenny, when $2.90 favourite there on that occasion. That was a good win.
Yeah, well, Just Jenny has won since Off and Eyes, another one out of the race, drops, 2 kilos. I like the win. I thought it was quite a good performance.
And 13 is
perhaps to
getting
get a good run
tailed.
like Craig Williams.
Jesus.
Yeah, he looks really good. One of the main chances from where I was standing too. Hutchie's dappled from head to toe, lovely relaxed attitude.
Sitsipas for Trent Busselton and Natalie Young.
No, the 13 is getting tailed, man.
This galloper's resuming.
He hasn't won fresh, so I don't think that'll change here. But he ended last campaign in pretty good form. He's a stayer, so fresh up here. I was happy to watch him go around.
I don't think he's had that much time off this horse. Looking at him, he still looks exceptionally fit. So whether it's just being a bit of a freshen up and he's continued to tick over, that's definitely the way that he presents here.
Le Trossier is the last horse to have a look at here. Hutch, who's already out onto the track. The another runner for Chris Waller, Mertens, to ride this galloper, the son of Trossier, second at Ballarat last time in the race, run by Bold Strike.
Yeah, he got to the line well, and the latter part of the race was the best. And, you know, ran well fresh up, sort of, I'm not saying lost in the wilderness is the I'd forgive run, but he hasn't been an easy one to assess. I wouldn't be shocked, but I found him a hard horse to work out.
Yeah, my first time assessing him too. He's a really nice horse, lovely head on him, good type, great mover, very powerful. Should be running up to expectation on what I saw.
Who wins the Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives handicap here? Hutch over 2,100 metres.
I thought that So Suave could win it. $3.90, I think, fair. Houdini's racing well, short and up, both sides now goes forward. Twice is in for fourth. I didn't mind the last run, but just probably need to see a little more consistency. But I was with So Suave.
Yeah, I'm with the horse that's named after Clint Hutchison in So Suave. I'm going to have him on top. Thought he presented beautifully here. Pretty much a faultless parade from where I was standing.
That has the advantage, but now it is getting tailed.
Of course. Of the rest, I thought On Fleek
13 has the advantage, but it is getting
really consistent
tailed.
all preparation. She's one of the main chances. Houdini's another one that's very consistent in the way that he's been turned out.
Think of another
I hope
horses
it
on
does
the
the job.
at the moment that Clint Hutchison might be named after Clint, and So Suave is not one of them. Houdini is our favourite, $2.80, $3.90 for So Suave. Le Trossier $5.50. Both sides now is an $8 chance.
Who needs enemies when they've got mates like you? Hey?
Love you, brother.
Hey?
It's Bell Adams representing Lindsay Park with Amy Yagi.
Thanks for your time, as always, Annabelle. Also, Cleary's been knocking on the door all preparation. Can today be the day that he can get that next win on his CV?
I hope so, yeah. He's very genuine. Back up and trip today, and soft ground looks suitable. Yeah, been very happy with how he came out of that run at Caulfield, and Jacko back on board.
He seems like a really cool horse from a mounting yard point of view anyway. Is he like that at home?
Yeah, he's a bit of a legend. He's a bus to ride, and everyone adores him. Yeah, he's very cool. He's, looks lovely in the coat. He's dappled up and seems to be in good spirits, bouncing around the place. So we're really happy with how he presents today.
Doesn't it make our job easier when you're working with horses every morning, and especially for track riders when they get a horse like him on their list every day?
Absolutely, yeah. He's just a gentleman, and you can stick anyone on him, and he's just fantastic. Yeah, he's got a lovely attitude, and all the stable adore him.
Just a slight little gear change today, just swapping from the blinkers to the visors, just trying to get that last little 1% out of him to get another win.
Yeah, I think so. Mark got off him at Caulfield and thought, once he got to the front, he didn't really try. So I think with the visors there, he should try a bit harder. But he is mostly genuine, and I think the step back and trip at Caulfield probably didn't suit, and today's is his ultimate trip, and he goes on any conditions, good, soft or heavy. So hopefully we can, get the win today.
What do you make of the chances of Flowerdale a little bit later?
Yeah, good. Look, it was unfortunate she presented with a heart arrhythmia at Geelong, and we've given her, quite easy weeks, and she had a nice tick over trials. She
PC13
seems to have come
Sandown
through it
should
really well.
happen,
She looked
but it
fantastic
is
out the
getting
back,
tailed.
out the back there. And we're really happy with her. I think she'll be a genuine.
The 7 is
Good luck with
running
both runners,
neutral.
Annabelle. Thanks for your time.
So
Thanks, Amy.
All right, interesting thoughts from Annabelle Adams there. Your selection here, Hutch, So Suave. Where is it likely to be in the run to be?
Well, I thought it'd be running sort of 4th, 5th, 6th. I mean, on Jules' map, it was a fraction closer, but I'm hoping it actually does land in the spot that Jules had it on his map. So he had both sides now leading, which most would, on Fleek and Tsitsipas, the other 2 horses that can go for it. So that's how it sets up, and then it's just where he fits in from gate 1. And hopefully he just gets a nice run through and can deliver like he did last start. Let's look at Martin Zara. It was good to see him riding in Melbourne last weekend, wasn't it, when we had feature racing in Sydney? But he'll be looking to get his eye in.
Absolutely. Indeed he will. Matty Hill's also with you, Hutch.
It's good to see.
$4.20 now for So Suave.
Yes, got out a bit. There's been a couple that have eased in the market last time. I mean, it's no massive surprise. I think Houdini's not blowing up. But I wouldn't want to take 290 myself.
Let's head to Matty. Matty, always good when you can line up with Hutch. Gives you a bit more confidence, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yes, if I'm in agreement with the great man, I'm usually pretty happy with that. And So Suave, who was the last start winner. That was a crab and in a 62. I've thought he's in that winning vein of form, and he's drawn well. Has the services of Craig Williams in what was a very open race. It's been absolutely destroyed with scratching. So we've only really got 3 or 4 horses now in single figures, but Houdini's been consistent and is the main danger. There's no doubt about that. There's now late money coming for Latoisier down the bottom, $6 into 5. Moving up well, here's Latoisier going in with Also Clear, so Salsita and also Tsitsipas are going to be the final 2. A bit of a tennis theme in this 5th race with Djokovic and Tsitsipas both going around. As Tsitsipas comes up to the middle alley, and Salsita will complete the line. Firstly, the quaddy for the Tobin brothers celebrating lives. 2100. Salsita is in. They're ready. Jump at approximately the 200 metres on the lakeside, and away they go. And Tsitsipas away midfield. Houdini jumped well with So Suave over on the far side. Both sides now is Also probing up, and Also Clear got to 4th wider. Just behind that to cluster is Latoisier. And they were followed by, behind those horses, then on Flick, with also Djokovic and also Tsitsipas, and Salsita as last as they leave the running. So with approximately 1,700 metres to go, both sides now just couldn't quite cross So Suave, who kept both sides now working for now. They were followed by Houdini 3rd, Latoisier 4th, the rails, a length and a quarter Also Clear. 2 lengths to Tsitsipas on Flick. Couple of lengths away in the field is now Tsitsipas with Djokovic just preceding it, and Salsita at the tail of the field as they head down the back section. So the leader is both sides now. Both sides now striding out with a strong lead, about 2.5 lengths to So Suave, about 2 lengths away Houdini, a similar cap in the field Latoisier next on the fence from Also Clear, a length and a half to On Flick, who's over racing all of a sudden on the outside of Djokovic, about 2 lengths away to Tsitsipas, and at the tail of the field is Salsita. So they run now towards the 900 metres, and it's both sides now who wants it over and done with, and sets quite a solid tempo from So Suave, and they were followed by Houdini. Next in the field, Latoisier and Also Clear, and they were followed by On Flick. Next along the inside, well back in the field, Djokovic from Tsitsipas and Salsita. So the leader, both sides now, trying to steal it, coming down the hill as they reach the 600 marker, had a decent buffer of 2.25, So Suave. Then Houdini. Next in the field is Also Clear as they run the corner. Latoisier next, the inside saving ground from On Flick. Then
Right,
well
now
back in the
run,
field,
baby.
Djokovic asked for an effort. Both sides now, 300 metres to go, led, but So Suave has given strong chase and moves up to head it off. Houdini, Latoisier behind them, followed by Also Clear. It's So Suave with Houdini. The two favourites are going to fight it out at the 150. Houdini up to So Suave. Houdini gets its nose in front of So Suave, who's trying to fight back. It's Houdini in front of So Suave.
7-13.
Houdini won it from So Suave. A gap
3.
Also Clear and Latoisier. They were followed
7-13,
by
3
On Flick, both
and
sides now. And then well back in the
18.
field, 6 of Pass with Djokovic and Solcita. Houdini, a deserved win. Number 7, who has been runner-up, it's past 2. Mark Zara aboard for Gavin Bedggood. Good to see 2 champions, Zara and Williams, going head-to-head there in the home straight. But Houdini, the informed stable, sticking that head out, wanted to win. So Suave was brave, kept kicking, but Houdini has been just a little bit too strong on the peg. Houdini, the winner. Number 7, the gelding by Stitzel out of Vergara. That's win 4 at start 19.
Yeah, I mean, see, the PC, the odds were right, okay? The odds were right. My apprehension was this, whether it will get through the neutral, but it did. And 13 was with the advantage, so that probably is a place. The 7 is ideally the one that should have won, and it won. The question is, why I did not risk it with 7 is because it was running neutral. So that's my take. And the 3, so that was there. So that's 60, 7, 60, 8, 2, drop. We'll go to the next. This is 1,000 meter. One, 2, and 9 all scratched. 8, 3, 11, and 5. So 3 is probably not happening. So what is happening? So they again got into negatives. So out of that, what will happen? I don't know. Okay. The 8 is not within the negatives. Okay. The match is good. The 5 and the 11. So what is 5? 5 is a 59.5, which is staying at 59.5. Okay. So the odds are right there. This one is a 59.5 drop in class. This is a 59.5, which is a stair, which is that okay. 11 is 56, which is a drop in class and becomes 55.5. Now that's that. And then we have a 54.5 with a raise. All right. Here it is a raise. Raise as in like it is competing. But this is also competing. That's a 57.5 to 59, and this is a 54.5 to 55.5, which is okay. This one is so what is the difference between these two horses? One is a drift, the other one is a EW. Now EW is like a low pressure horse. In that case, the 13 has lower. All right, they are all the same class. 6 and 13 are the same. If that's the same, then the body weight will talk, the advantage may talk. So that area becomes a little hazy. What will happen here? Okay, the body weight is very strong on 13. This one is not that. So these two are probably in trouble. I think so. The other one, which is the 12, is what is a 54 becoming a 55.5, is higher than this, lower than this. So now what might happen? Okay, so let's, I mean, these are definitely in trouble, but that does not mean that they cannot get in, especially the 10, which is the lowest. Okay, that I mean, that's kind of one of the lowest, probably, maybe, I don't know, but those things are dicey to talk about. I don't know what will happen here. This probably is in the third or the fourth position. So if that's gate number 8, all right, and this is gate number 6, if that's that, then this gate number 13 becomes a little far. Okay, 11 is okay. 11 is okay, but 11 is a drop in class. And this one is getting a raise. If we look at the advantage between 11 and 12, then it is higher. This is higher, but the competition is also higher. And this is a drop in class, but a good body weight. So this area is a little confusing. I don't know what will happen there, but the 12 probably has something going on. This is difficult. From 57.5 to 59 all of a sudden. And then this is okay, 54. Which puts that 55 into trouble. So that's okay. 8. If the 8 wins, and why the 8 may not win. So why the 8 may not win is because of the fact that this is a 57.5, all right? Through this is where it stands. That means it has substantial amount of challenge that it is going to face. That's a 57.5. The body weight is probably on the third line if we calculate the 57. So from here, that 13 is quite capable of beating the 8. Why? Because of the level of the competition. Okay. Now, what is the level of the competition? The level of the competition is here. Okay. The higher it is, the higher is the competition. The lower it is, the lower is the competition. Now, in that case, if they are of the same weight, okay, it definitely has a good jog. If they are of the same weight, and this is carrying pressure with 57.5, and here at a 57.5, this becomes a low pressure with a heavier body weight, then the 13 has the capability, physical capability to knock it out. So, I mean, it's very simple. That's a 57. That's a Tom. This is a Tom. This Tom is going to face Mike Tyson. This Tom is going to face Danny DeVito. All right. This Tom is going to face Mike Tyson, and they are going to face the monsters. But here it is going to face Mike Tyson. This is going to face Danny DeVito. So the competition drops here for this. And they are the same weight, same class. That's why 13 has the thing to nail the 8 out of its performance or whatever it is. So yeah, that's that. But ideally, what this also means, if the competition is higher, that means the horse is good. If the competition is less, that means the horse is not good. That's the other side of this. That's the flip side. So if the horse is good, the competition is high. Like the 3 is good, so the competition is very high, and it is probably not even going to get there in the top 2 at least. Now, whether the 8 will get there is a question. That 5 possesses a threat. Why? Because that's a 59. Competition drops. Pressure increases on this. That's true. 11 is like that. So I don't know if the 13 will be able to knock it out. And why? Because we will have to think it from the point of view of racing as well. Not only advantages are there, but advantage does play a major role in every sport. Either it is advantage or disadvantage. The question is how well that advantage is being used and how well that disadvantage is being minimized. So yes, the 8 is the favorite. Probably has the best chance. Out of these guys, they are in trouble. So this is probably has the best chance. And we'll see how that works. And the 12 is a check. We will go on with the 12. So that's a 41, 50, 51. It's 151, 54, 57. 6, this is 38. This is still 41. This one is 60. That's that. Then it is here. This is another thing, probably. We'll see how that works. Then Warwick Farm. They've always been morons. Also, this one is a very specific distance where the distance matters. So I don't know where to find that, but this thing, 1,000 meter is also about the distance. Horses that has not been into that distance will have difficulty. I won't get into it past. This is a little dicey. 1,000 meter, no.
Jump out. I think she does get better into preparation. I mean, we saw in the third campaign, she sort of went closest third up. I wouldn't put it past her really powering late. I like Zara on board, but yeah, there's some pretty handy 1,000 meter horses, and you'd say she's better over a bit further.
I think she looks fantastic in the yard. She's pretty forward in condition. It's as good as I've ever seen her look, to be fair. Her coat is just beautiful. Her fitness is just right on point. I think she presents very well. I do note that she appreciates the touch further, but I'm wrapped with how she's come back.
Croatian art for the Circuit team here with Geordie Childs to steer. Second two back at Caulfield Heath over the 1,000 metres. Fourth at last time over 1,000 metres. She just loves this sort of trip.
Yeah, she's so consistent. I mean, but I think she needs a benchmark certainly that you don't have these horses that are on their way, through the grades or on the way up. But she's tough, she's reliable. She'll probably get a good run because there's good speed and she can park just in behind. She'll be there or thereabouts, but I prefer others.
She's just a lovely, sweet mare, this. And I think that analogy, Hutch, that she'll be there or thereabouts is exactly what I'm seeing from her too. She just looks good. There's nothing to dislike about her. There's nothing extraordinary about her either, but she's been presented beautifully and she should be thereabouts again.
Next horse to have a look at here, Hutch, is Tennessee Song for the Davenant team. Gee, aren't they in some form with Linda Meach to steer for the inside draw.
And that pair of good form, aren't they?
Yeah.
He does a lot of work with Tom. He loves to put her on. She gets it done. This filly's won 2 of 3. She's looked impressive. She will be better over further. She won a jump out. It was, sound work. I wasn't blown away with it, but we don't know where the ceiling is with Tennessee Song just yet, so it wouldn't be a complete shock.
Well, not many horses can boast a record of 3 starts for 2 wins, so she's definitely doing a lot right. She's come back in great nick too, pretty forward in condition, I'd say. There isn't that much improvement to come.
Next to have a look at is Trey Magnifique. This is the horse that everybody will be watching, and very interesting to see how she goes. Hutch, she got the job done for punters at $1.35, winning easily first up by 7 lengths. Very impressive visually.
It looks very conservative placement, and she treated the field with the contempt that you'd imagine she should when you look back at her better form. So, no, I think she looks quite an exciting prospect, and if she brings her A game, she'll be extremely hard to beat.
She's a particularly busy filly on race day, this one, so it was no surprise to see her come in. She was a little bit anxious in here, which is normal for her. Paired up early with the pony and has gone out. She's been on good behaviour since she's been trotting down to the start. Hopefully she can keep her mind nice and cool there, but she's been turned out well.
9's out. The 10 is the second of the Davenant runners here. Nighttime Star, Dan Stackhouse to ride. We last saw this girl in the Red Roses at the back end of the spring.
No, we did, and she's a pretty talented. I thought she closed well. The advantage that she's may have, I mean, I know where she'll be in the run. She'll probably tracking, quite a bit of pace underneath her, but I love the way she closed off in a recent jump out. Might set up quite well for her to figure in the finish here.
Both of Tom's horses have actually been turned out beautifully here. She presents similar to her stablemate, very forward in condition. There's not much physical improvement to come. She should be running a good race.
Espana is horse 11 for Lloyd Kennewell and Jamie Mellon, also resuming this afternoon. She's a filly that's shown a decent level of ability at her 6 career starts today.
That she has. I love the work as well leading in. She showed glimpses of real potential. I know she's only won 1 from 6, but yeah, that maiden win it on the heath I thought was excellent. Form outside of that was pretty decent as well. So yeah, I expect her to perform well.
Yeah, she's definitely grown and matured since the tail end of last preparation. I'm quite surprised by seeing her today. She's moving really well, and she's another one that's had a really good grounding. Her fitness shouldn't be letting her down from what I can see.
A Chorley Dream for the Cunningham team at Wangaratta makes the trip down to Lakeside once again, where we saw her last time, which ran 7th.
Just preferred others. I think it's it's probably one of the better midweek races I've seen in midweek, sort of in a few recent weeks. To be perfectly honest, for a benchmark 70, fillies and mares, there's pretty talented types. Julie Dream might find it a bit hard to, I think, make her presence felt against some of these.
I agree, Hutchie. I think that this is a really competitive race here. There are others that I've got ahead of Truly Dream once again, but Tongue Tie comes off, Tongue Control Bit goes on. The team have turned their horse out well, but there's others that I'm going to side with here.
And the 13 is Amping Lass, down the bottom of the page here for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. Luke Nolan to steer. Where do we think this girl's at this time in Hutch?
I'm not sure, but they're sort of coming back notably in trip, and I just happen to look elsewhere. It's a strong enough race that don't want to be sort of looking for too many reasons why I should be forgiving a run on a poor last run.
She was a touch busy in the yard, seems to be relaxing okay as she's going down to the start now. Was presented well, but not one of my top picks.
Hutch, what are we doing here, tipping and punting wise? Are we swimming with the tide?
Yeah, I mean, I thought this horse would actually be shorter early, and it sort of hasn't been, but the money's eventually come. I know we've had some scratchings, but even after some scratchings, Trey Magnifique was very backable. So Magna Bell Royale's pretty good talent. Espana's got upside. Tornell, we find it a bit sharply running on. Doesn't it now? I mean, in terms of other horses to follow, I think this will be a good form reference going forward, but happy to be with Trey Magnifique.
Tornell from me from the yard. I think she looked fantastic. This horse is as good as I've ever seen her, to be fair. I know she wants a little bit further, but to me, she was the best looking horse in the mounting yard here today in a pretty competitive race. So hopefully she can give a shout fresh up. Of the rest, I thought Magna Bell Royale, only a little thing, but she presented really well. She's a little winning machine too. So hopefully she can continue on her successful ways. Normandy Lass is another one that presents well, but really tough race this. I think it's competitive. There's a really good bulk of horses that are going to be going on to bigger things, I feel.
Market see what price this short price favourite is now, $1.57. So $4 if you like. Anything else, you're going to be rewarded on the second line of betting for Magna Bell Royale. Espana, a $12 chance and 15 for Tornell. Can't wait to see Shadavar in the Sangster on Saturday week. There's some terrific horses from the Davenant team heading across the border for the carnival. But in the here and now, the team have a good each-way chance to beat the favourite in Tennessee Song. Let's head to Dara Omar, who's catching up with Amy Yagi.
Great to see you, Dara. Thank you for your time, as always. Let's start with Tennessee Song. How's she coming in today? She looks fantastic.
Yeah, she does. She's presented nicely in the yard, Amy, and had a short let-up after that first preparation and did well for the short time in the paddock and looks to have come back well judged off her only jump out.
What about Nighttime Star, another horse? I thought both of your horses actually presented really quite similar here. She's another one that looks good.
Yeah, and again, has jumped out nicely. So she had quite a productive preparation last time in, and you'd love to have seen her drawn a little bit better today. It won't be easy for her drawn out wide, but she's in good form and can hopefully be competitive. But having said that, it's the two at the top of the market. It's hard not to be taken by their form and recent performances. So yeah, hopefully we can challenge them.
It's just a tricky race, full stop, isn't it? How would you like things to work out for both of your horses here, Dara?
I think Tennessee Song should just get the run of the race kind of behind the leader from the good gate, and then Nighttime Star will probably be a little bit
5
patient
and
through those
7
early stages and just have her kind of finishing as strong as she can.
Busy time of year coming up. The Warrnambool Carnival is knocking on our door. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, absolutely. Amy, yeah, should have quite a sizable team and a few jumpers as well, which we're most excited about. Hopefully all on day one, but they all look to be trending in the right direction. Key set of jump outs next week, so once we get through that, we can just cruise into the carnival.
It's a shame Geordie Weatherly can't be a part of the carnival out on the sidelines with an injury. How's her recovery going?
Yeah, it's obviously early days. She only had it operated on a week ago, so it'll be a little bit of a slow recovery, but yeah, certainly we'll miss her this year. She did a great job for the last number of years, so she'll be cheering from the sidelines.
Still got one good arm. Surely you can get around dope boxes, can't you?
Yeah, she's keen, so I'll been around the place, so she's definitely still a good part of the team.
Good luck here.
Thank you.
Loading process well underway. Let's head to Matty Hill, who's also with our favourite Trey Magnifique. Good luck if you're getting involved. Punters $1.65 with points bet now.
Yes, Trey Magnifique, blessed with good talent, went round in the Red Roses back in the spring of last year and was dominant on return. So Amping Lass goes in. So the field moving up very well. Little Nicholas Spaniard, 13 into 10. Stands well as Tornell is about to join the line. There's and there's just about ready. 1,000-metre dash. Trey Magnifique, the favourite in a predominantly yellow jacket, drawn towards the middle. Field sets, and away they go. Trey Magnifique jumped away with them. Normandy Lass jumped away well, with also showing speed out past the middle, the second favourite, Magna Belle Royale. Magna Belle Royale is going to lead Trey Magnifique and then Patchouli Dream. A gap Croatian Art, Tennessee Song the inside, Normandy Lass out wider. A gap Espada who's well back with also Tornell, Amping Lass, and at the end Nighttime Star. Trey Magnifique using her burn at the 500 metres to drive through and lead. From in second place, Magna Belle Royale. Then Tennessee Song, Croatian Art, Patchouli Dream. Espana is trying to get runs up on the inside from Amping Lass. Then Nighttime Star, Tornell and Normandy Lass is a long way back. It's Trey Magnifique, nurse towards the 200 metres. And now Willow shook her up and led by 2 lengths to Magna Belle Royale. Amping Lass is finishing well with Tornell. It's Trey Magnifique with 100 metres to go. She's clear, and Trey Magnifique is going to be too good again. Second, Amping Lass. Then Magna Belle Royale and Tornell. Further back was Nighttime Star, and then came Croatian Art and Tennessee Song, a gap Normandy Lass, Espada and Patchouli Dream. Trey Magnifique, too strong. Number 8. She answers another question. The filly by I Am Invincible.
8, 13 and 3.
That's 6 starts for 3 victories. She's contested better races like the Crockett and also the Red Roses. She's just got that touch of class, and she used her speed to get to the front before the point of the corner and just nursed along hands and heels by Craig Williams. He didn't have to get too animated. And she...
So that 13 actually, it is basically like this, that they lost the morale. They lost the morale, but this was in quite a position to beat this thing off. Quite a thing. The 12 got raved, did not happen on a 54, but out of this 57, this one was the lowest. So 8, 13, 8, 13, 3 and 5. 3 was in third position. 3 and 5. Okay, we'll go to the next. Six has been scratched. 5, 4, 1, 3. This is the same thing as this one, okay? The first here, okay? The second one. It is the same thing as this. So, ideally 5, that's 24, should work with 123 on 54. That's heavyweight. This is not happening. This is not. 55, 58 is a drop in class. This is a drop in class. Here, we have that, and then 86 on 9. 5, it's 5-4. That's the ranking. 38, 37. So the 3 becomes 60. That's a little too much, but these two are 5-4 is the right odd. 5-4 is the right odd. But then again, this one is going to run neutral. Okay. 5-4 drops. Then here it is 3 at 60. Okay. So what is it going to collide with is these two horses. Okay. The one is going to collide with these two horses, out of which eight, 4.570, 55, negative 57, this is 57 knocked out. So 58, 58.5. 38. Yeah, so I kind of had a look at this particular race. So this one is the highest defaulters. So I don't know whether they will be able to deliver, but the odds are right about 5 and 4. One probably is going to collide here somewhere. So I don't know, but 5 and 4 are the right odds. 5 and 4 are the right odds. Then 3, if that gets in, that'll probably get into the third or fourth position, something on those lines. But they are all getting negative. This is 4.5, very difficult for. This is also getting very difficult here. The 10 is good, but they are defaulters of the highest level, so I don't know what they will do. 5 is the right odd, probably. Now, where it might backfire, okay? So the odds are right. Now, where it might backfire is this being a neutral. So what happens? Neutrals generally lose the thing at the last moment. I don't know. At times they do, at times they don't. But the things that I have seen. So we have a neutral here. The 7 actually won. That was of a class. Okay, I still had the apprehension whether it'll win or not. So I went with 13, and this probably I stayed out. But here it was of a higher class. Here it is not. Okay, it is one of the lower classes. So whether as a neutral it'll go through is the only hindrance. Otherwise, it's the right odd. What happens with the neutrals? The thing that I have seen is for neutrals to win, you need to have a really higher class, which was present here with the 7. This one, but I still stepped out. I I kind of I go nervous when that happens. So yes, that the odds are right, but it'll run neutral. The 4 is the second, which is also right. 1 probably will get into a little tussle with a 57, wherein we have 2 of these horses with drop in class, which are not getting in trouble, wherein 10 stands a very strong chance, but they are like that. Okay. 10, 9, both are good. But we'll see. This is difficult. This is a 4.5 from 58.5 becomes 54. This is a 54. So it could be 9 because of the match. This is a 57 9. The 1 is going to talk to these 2 horses. We'll see how that works. But 5 is the right odd. Will run neutral. That's a problem. 4 probably is a safer one. That's not in our control, PC. I know it's frustrating. It is frustrating. I know that. But that's how the setup is. One balaclava. Doing well, BC. It's doing well. I hope it can stand. Run, baby. Oh, it did, it did, it did, it did, it did. It did. Come on. Come on, baby. I one, PC. Boom. Beautiful. That was- Rings, angel.
Team behind apocalyptic.
Always where we kick off. We're over the 1400 metres of benchmark 74, of course. A talented galloper on his day. He's contested some fairly strong races. They have been over significantly further. What about the way he's jumped out?
Well, they have, yeah. He's gone. Look, I think it was pleasing enough work. I mean, he did what he needed to do, but he's a horse that has run well fresh, and in addition to that, he's a horse that can perform over this distance. I mean, I'd prefer him over further, but he's got some class, and you know, like we've seen him perform well in stakes race. So I wouldn't be shocked.
It's going to be interesting to see what his pet distance is this time round. Now that he's had the benefit of having more race day experience, he's definitely matured physically since I saw him at the tail end of spring of last year. He just looks like the finished product now. In regards to his fitness, he's got a really good base there.
Two is Tempt the Gods for Pat Kearney and John Allen. This horse had a terrific preparation last time in over the summer months. Last seen on the 28th of December when he ran third in the Tasmanian Guineas.
Yep, didn't mind his lead-up work either, but you know, I think there'll be a little bit of improvement to come. He might be better over, you know, in this distance range. I'm not sure where they'll end up going, but you know, anytime Johnny Allen rides to the stable, I think you've got to have a close look. He's done a fair bit of work for them. Their strike rate's pretty good.
Yeah, he presents really well here too. I've only seen him on one occasion previously, and that was a fair while ago. He's in really healthy order. He's just getting a bit of a winter coat, but that's to be expected when you come from Ballarat. It is particularly healthy though, and I feel like Pat's done a lot of work for him for this race today. He's pretty much close to his peak race weight already.
3 is Jet Smash.
PC!
Brian's team, Billy Egan to steer Hutch.
Thank you for doing that, my friend.
Wins his preparation.
Really means a lot, PC.
Expected to perform well or position up handy and 1400 first crack at it, but don't see any reason why.
That means a lot, PC.
No, it looks like he'll get it no problem on type.
Thank you for doing that.
Scopy. He's a nice horse, actually. I think that he's handling his prep really well. His coat remains excellent. Haven't seen him before, but I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Wise in-laws, the next horse to have a look at for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. Luke Nolan in the saddle at this gallop having his 4th run for the preparation. Hutch.
Yeah, going well. I like the run at Flemington last start. I think that is the right form reference. Chowdown got Wise in-law late in the race, but he's going well. I liked him that day, and maybe better ground. He could run a little bit better today as well.
Just really easy to like from a yard point of view. He's a good-looking horse. His coat is absolutely perfect. He's got a nice attitude, and he's reached his peak in regards to his fitness a number of runs in. It wouldn't surprise to see him winning today.
Chowdown, this is the horse that we want to be seeing in the winner stall, Hutch, for your sake, for the 5 for 25 and the on-top selection, one of the better players on the program. Charlotte Littlefield and Harry Coffey combined once again. Harry's got a good affiliation with this horse.
Third up should be ready to peak, like the draw, like the run it's likely to get today. And, he hit the line beautifully, I thought, last start. And that was only his 4th career start. So he's headed in the right direction and hopefully can knock over another win today.
I think, if anything, he looks even better today than what he did at Flemington recently when he ran as well as what he did. His attitude's fantastic. He's quite a mature horse mentally. He knows his job very well, and Charlotte's turned him out looking well here.
Next horse to have a look at is Deliberate Ploy for Robbie Griffiths. Craig Williams looking for another winner on the program. He hasn't ridden this Omaha Beach gelding on race day yet.
No, look, it's still a horse that's really likely to race. We're working out
Favorite
where
is
he'll end
huge.
up. Showing a bit of potential, and I think a little bit more required from what we saw last time out. But this is only career start number 4, and I'm sure he could run or be competitive, I should say.
Seems like a really nice, sensible fella from where I'm standing anyway. He's taken everything in his stride just beautifully, seems to have a good demeanour about him. He's nice and relaxed, he's moving well. There's nothing wrong with what I'm seeing.
Power and the Beat for Smiley Chan and Linda Beach has just had one career start, did a lot wrong, but still won well. He looks to be a horse on the right trajectory. Can he come to town and win it in start number 2, Hutch?
Well, that's what I liked about the win, really, because it was sort of, you watch the replays. The horse that beat him's handy. That went second is handy enough in Love and Glory. And, this horse just sort of on one rein and a bit wayward in the straight, but clearly has a motor. So start number 2 today, how much will he improve? We'll have to find out, but there's definitely a bit to work with.
He's still got a lot to learn from a race day point of view as well, just saving Nick Ryan's life here, so I'm telling him to get out the way. But look, he's playing up quite badly here. I didn't see his antics on race day, but I'm led to believe he was still a bit green and a bit new, so take it on trust that he's pretty quirky and this is not too dissimilar to what he was doing on that occasion. He's a big, strong horse. He's hard to recommend based on his attitude, but it's not easy to win your first start.
That's why it is cranky.
Is the next to have a look at. Zach Spain riding for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman from an inside draw. She's shown that she's got a bit of speed on her day. Do you expect them to try and utilise that good gate?
I think so, but a bit of improvement's going to be required from those 2 runs of preparation. It wasn't a bad effort behind Jet Smash last start, but I think the winner probably have it covered again.
Yeah, she presents really quite well. She's been pretty sensible since she's been in the yard. A little bit anxious as jockey's got on board and just going out onto the track, but within normal limits for now.
Keep It Real for John Simons and Sheila Laxon at Macedon Lodge with John McNeil to steer. Has won a race already this preparation and been pretty good at all of his other 3 runs this time in.
Another likely race horse who's going well nicely. Like you said, the stable also going pretty well. Maps to get a nice run. But, I think this is probably like I live another day, won well last start. So we've got to keep in context. But given where Keep It Real finished amongst others in the event, I think there's probably a fair bit of depth here, so a little bit more required than what we saw last time out.
He was really quite silly as Jar was trying to get on board then, and I don't trust him 100% to not do something silly as he's going to the gates. He looks like he's a cheeky bugger, just has a few tricks up his sleeve. He's been turned out really nicely though.
Talinga's Indy Rose for the Cunningham team at Wangaratta, with Corey Parrish steering third up this afternoon.
Second at Lakeside last time out behind Corrido, but I think this is a harder race than what we struck there.
I agree. I think it's a really tough race. She does look very similar to how she did at Sandown recently, so she should be running up to her right mark if you like her.
Okay, Hutch, Chow Down. We're keen to be with this favourite.
Yep, I thought this was one of the better bets. I think all the best bet on the card, so I'm happy to be with Chow Down and Wise In-Law's the same form. Outside of that, Jet Smash racing well. I wanted to throw Power in the beat in. I mean, I think there's obviously a lot to learn. It's acting up a bit, but hopefully he can be well behaved during the run, and I think we might see something out of that horse, but I'm with Chow Down.
Yeah, just touching on that horse of Smiley Chan's, Hutchie. The only reason I can't recommend him is based on him playing up, but that could very well be normal for him, but I don't know him. But we'll get to know him a lot more the more that he continues to race, but it's a watch for me. Chow Down on top from the yard. I think this horse presented pretty much perfectly. I think, if anything, he looks a bit better than what he did at Flemington recently when he ran so well there. High Ball's come back in great order. Jet Smash is a horse that looks quite progressive, and Wise In-Law, wouldn't surprise to see him win either. This is really quite a tricky race.
Chow Down, our favourite, $2.25, continues to be well supported. $3.50 Wise In, or Jet Smash is an $11 chance. Let's head back on course, because Amy Yagi is catching up with the one lady everybody wants to hear from ahead of the penultimate, Charlotte Littlefield, the trainer of Chow.
Oh, Tim just said you're the one lady that everybody wants to hear about. We want to know if Chow Down's going to win. What do you reckon?
Yes, the funny named horse. He is going well. Really happy with how it presents in the race today. Just come down to how he gets ridden today. And Harry said he's probably just going to be a couple of pairs back and give him room late, which he didn't get at Flemington.
His run at Flemington was awesome, considering there was just no luck, was there?
Yeah, I was on the Clark of the Horse doing the interview, so I didn't really get to see the race in live time, but sort of caught the glimpse at the side of the TV and saw he wasn't getting out and thought he was going to run a nice fifth, and then, exploded late in the last 100 metres. So that was a really good run, and look, he's a lovely horse. He's not fully furnished yet. He's going to be even better next time round, but to do what he's doing now, when I thought, he's still going to be even better as a 4-year-old, it's really good, and I hope today is his day where he can get that city win.
He seems to be a pretty straightforward, sensible fella from a race day point of view. Charlotte, is he like that to train at home?
He can be quirky. He's very quirky, this horse. He's very handy with his back legs. He comes with a bite warning, hence the name Chow. He's cheeky. And Amanda Harrison, who rides his track work, he can be quite naughty with her as well. But she knows when he's on. She always says he's definitely on this horse. He's tried to drop me 3 times. So he's definitely quirky. I certainly don't like riding him because he's a bit too quirky for me. But seems to be a professional on race day, so that's the right way around.
Well, Tim said that we needed to hear from you. It sounds like we need to hear from Amanda. Did she say that he's been trying to drop her yesterday at all?
Yes, he did. So we're on song. We're ready to go.
Righto, fingers crossed. Good luck.
Thanks.
Loading process almost complete. Let's head to Matty Hill. We're inside 30 seconds. Chow Down, Clint Hutchison's best bet on the program. Matty Hill is also tipping this game.
Yes, certainly knocking on the door again, Tim. Chow Down on the strength of its last run. I'm fascinated by how high vol goes here, obviously warming up for other races on resumption as they make a decent line. Getting set well. Now Jet Smash goes in. Jet smashes forward, so trotting up Brightless is Power and the Beat. Deliberate Ploy and also Keep It Real will be the final 2. Keep It Real at that $14 mark. More tote support for Wise In-Law at $3.90. Deliberate Ploy coming forward for Craig Williams. Just wants to back away slightly. Locked away. Set for the eye of handicap. Ready to rock and roll. Away they go. Wise In-Law slow. And Power on the Beat's going back towards the end. Third last. Deliberate Ploy last. Jet Smash led Tempt the Gods early. And then came on the outside, Keep It Real, getting to third. Chowdown's nice and close in the lime jacket. And also out wide a High Vols, 5 deep, trying to find a spot. Talinga's Indie Rose is next, followed by Go Left, and then came Power on the Beat, who's pulling hard, while his in-law second last and 2 lengths Deliberate Ploy. So Jet Smash the front runner, Chow Down the favourites, just going to search up on the outside and sit second. Keep It Real got the trail. Third outside of Tempt the Gods at the 850. They're a length and about half away to High Vol, followed by the inside Go Left as they run down the hill, but it's not that fast. Then Power on the Beat, who's whipping up 3 and 4 deep now, improving its position, flushing out High Vol 2 as they chop and change. Wise In-Law's only 3 off the lead and second last with Talinga's Indie Rose, and Deliberate Ploy is at the back. Jet Smash and Chow Down together. It's going to be a dash home here. 400 metres to go. Jet Smash and Chow Down with Keep It Real the outside. They were followed next to the field by Tempt the Gods and Wise In-Law down the centre. Jet Smash had a kick here. 200 metres to go. Pink 2 lengths. Keep It Real. Chow Down. Wise In-Law chasing. Jet Smash 100 metres to go. Had a really good buffer here. Surged away. And Jet Smash dictated, controlled it. And
3, 4, 10, and 5.
Chow Down. Deliberate Ploy, a nice little run running through the line. Then Tempt the Gods, Talinga's Indie Rose. Power on the Beat, High Vol, and Go Left.
So 3, 4, 10, and 5. So what happened is exactly what is wrong. That when it for a neutral to win, it has to be a really higher class. 4 was a safer bet. 4 was a safer scene. 5 was technically right, but what we do here is also look at the character of the horse. So if it is a neutral, it has to be a higher class, like this one. This one won because this one was a higher class. From that class, winning is difficult with being a neutral, but it got there. So what happened is 3, 4, 10, and 5. So now 3 won. Now the point is this. Now that should not be happening, okay? But that happened. Why that happened? Why that happened is because the 5 was in trouble. That should not be happening, but that happened. So that's the level of the competition. That was on a very higher side, was going on negative. But that was a 61, which was going on negative, and this one was a 54, which was going on neutral. So those are the arrangements, those are the chances that will happen randomly, but you can't avoid that. So we'll go to the next 8. $169 has been scratched. $15, 2, 3, and 14. $15, 2, 3, and 14. 15, 2, 3, and 14. So here is the thing. The 15 is the favorite. All right. Now it's going to be a 1400 meter uh, benchmark 70. So what is happening is this, that it's a 54. With that, it becomes 56. Okay. It definitely has relaxation. It definitely has relaxation, has a very strong body weight. All that is true. All that is true. But where it gets dicey is that um, that's the lowest where it is coming from. Okay, that is the lowest where it is coming from. It definitely has an increment. It is challenging, but it is challenging at a 56. So and those are getting in negatives. So I don't know what will happen there. Will they be able to overcome this? That's not exactly how they are like, but it's still going negative. I don't know how that will go. The 15 is a very strong hope. Okay, it's a very strong hope. If the 15 is there, then the 5 is also there. If the 15 is there, then the 5 is also there, and the 5 is way more stronger. But the jockey has never raced here. That's the problem with 5. So that's that. And then this 50, this one is getting into negative. This one is going to negative. This one is unnecessarily here. So those are the thing. But out of all this, maybe 4 is a check. Why 4 is a check? So that is these two, 3 and 4, they are the same from where they're coming from. They have the same drop. They have the same quant. If they have the same quant, this one has more advantage. Okay. So that's where that thing comes in. So the 15 is a 54. The second favorite is going negative. I'm trying to negotiate with the 3, which is the third one. So we'll see how that works. I don't know if the 15 will win. So what exactly the 15 is into? The 15 has some very strong form line. Okay, that's there. It has a strong body weight. It's a heavy horse, which is also true. But it is carrying 54. I mean, it is from 54 to 56.5. With that is a pressure line. There is a jockey mismatch. So all those things are there. So probably something that is a little over expected, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it will win. It is a good horse. That's why it is challenging, and that's why the weights have been assigned like that. So that's that. But if that is there, then the 5 is also there. I mean, it's a 1400 meter. The jockey has never raced here, but it's a 1400 meter. So all those things can happen. And the 4 is where the 61s are, and this is the advantage. PC, thank you so much for doing that, my friend. This is the right time. I want to wish everybody a happy new year. I am from a country where we have multiple regional calendars, and In my regional calendar, my religious calendar, today is the new year. This is considered as the first day of my regional calendar, which essentially means that during this day I should be working, I should be making money, and that is essential. I mean, I should be working, and I should be earning today, because first day of the year you should be working, you should be earning, and PC made that possible. PC, I don't know how to thank you, but you made things very beautiful today. Thanks a lot, PC, for doing that. And I wish everybody a very prosperous and happy new year from my religious calendar. One Balak. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. PC5 Warwick Farm.
2. Absolutely flying for the Payne team and having won, 3 of his last 4. And it's been a bit of substance to those two. He stalked 3 wide last start. Nice performance. Think he can go on with it. He's right in the game to make it 4 from 5 now.
Just a really good, solid, sensible parade from this fella. He's starting to spring his winter coat, which can be expected. You're going to see that more and more at this time of year, but presents really well.
3 is Flying Mickey for the Noonans. Logan McNeil to steer this afternoon. Hutch, he's an $8 chance, this bloke.
450 plus days since a win. I think he's more than capable on his best form. I was a bit disappointed in his last run. Maybe he didn't cop the 8 days between runs. I'm not sure, but yeah, he'll need to improve off the back of it, that's for sure.
He'd be so frustrating because he gets turned out beautifully every single start. Today's no different. He just needs to get it done though, doesn't he?
4's not a bad buy for the Scott team at Pakenham. Emily Posman looking for a winner on the program, resuming this gallop this afternoon.
He hasn't had a massive gap between runs, but last
Dows! Welcome back, Dows!
to be honest, and there was probably a bit of a
8 and 10.
I'll be happy to watch.
Warwick Farm.
He looks very good. He looks like he's come back in really well. His coat's nice and bright, which I always look for in him.
Pariah Pearl for Busted and Young. They've already had a winner on the program. Could they have a double here?
They could. Well, look, Pariah Pearl I thought was pretty poor. I know covered ground at Pakenham first up. It's a good form race, so 3 winners out of it. But Witchery won that event. Just a fair effort, but maybe it simply just needed it. So did win fresh up last campaign. It was a maiden, though, so generally a very consistent horse. So it was unlike her.
She seems to have matured a lot mentally over the last season or two, this horse. She's been turned out really nicely once again. She's holding her condition well. In saying that, I think her fitness is right up to the mark, but she does need to bounce back on that poor first up run.
Bill Papazaharadakis and Jamie Mott combined with horse number 7 here. Dollar Chaser, Hutch, an each way chance.
Yeah, good run. Each way chance, absolutely. And you're getting a reasonably good price there as well at 14. So, of course, it usually turns up, runs his race. And Billy, well, his record at Lakeside is incredible. He has a very high strike rate, clearly beating market expectations. So don't let the price put you off.
He looks really good, this horse. He has done all preparation, to be fair. He's been up for a really good while now, but parade's very similar week in, week out. So should be running up to expectation again here.
8 is Gates for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. Luke Nolan. Luke was in the saddle first up in the race, won by Trapdoor, where this guy ran 7th.
Yeah, it was I think it was a pass mark. There wasn't anything more than that. I think the race will be okay going forward. There wasn't much was market support either. Started 50s, it's 33 to 1 today. So we'll be looking elsewhere, I think, in order to try and find the winner.
Yeah, presents very similar to how I've seen him a number of times. I do think that he strips fitter today than what he did first up, which is what he needed to do, but he's not 100% there yet.
Next horse to have a look at is Glenn Finnan from the Tolson and Proctor Yard. What did you make of this return first up? Because on paper it was appalling.
Well, it was awful. Just didn't run well at all. So $16, a lot. He's a lot better than that. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but I won't be suggesting to follow him just yet.
See the crossover noseband and the tongue tie goes on today, so I can only assume that they felt like he choked down when he was first up. That would explain the 2 gear changes going on here. He's presented beautifully, so hopefully the 2 bits of gear can combat any wind issues.
What about Louis Bartas here for the Nick Ryan team, Hutch, with Ben Allen to ride?
Going well. Got the maiden out the way at Sale, went to Bendigo, toughed it out there for a nice performance, and I think it's the logical progression here if he finds the right.
Just save Nick Ryan.
I think he's certainly the guy. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah,
What's going on out there?
Well, I've just saved Nick Ryan's life twice in a day. He's nearly got kicked twice in 2 mounting yards consecutively. So anyway, he's okay as we're looking at his horse. Louis Barthurst, look good tone, very, very fit horse, deep stage of his preparation.
Rock Them Jules has had 4 runs in, including a win at Cranbourne at second up. What do we think of his chances this afternoon?
Thought that he's in the mix, but he's going to need to improve on that last couple of runs. He looks about the right price.
There's so many horses that present very similar here. His coat's good, he's nice and fit. He's one of those sort of in the middle range chances.
13 is Oak Beach for the Jim Conlon stable with Dylan Dunn riding.
Yeah, and a horse that resuming will be looking for further, very consistent type. I just prefer her a bit deeper into the prep over a bit more ground.
Looks like she's got a good grounding there, just a touch fresh in the yard, but well within normal limits. I think this run will really bring her on.
Sussex Duchess is horse 14 for Andrew Knobler, the last start winner at Geelong.
It's a good win at Geelong because it wasn't easy to do what she did, sat back and came around them. The inside was definitely a better spot to be at that meeting, but she's in good form and she's an each way hope here.
Yeah, she's a nice mare. She looks really good today. Beautiful action on her. I don't see her too often, but she presented well.
Flowerdale is our favourite for Lindsay Park. Dan Stackhouse, what do we think of her chances?
Well, her second to Terra Lee reads well, doesn't it? We saw that horse come out, went at Caulfield, and then, of course, went to Geelong, started an even money favourite, pulled up with cardiac arrhythmia, so clear excuses. So provided, it's not been a major issue, and it normally is one that they can get over pretty quickly, arguably the horse to beat.
Yeah, looked great in the yard too. Couldn't fault anything about her parade here.
16 is Harmony for Lindsay Smith with John McNeil riding, a lightly raced 3-year-old filly. She's just had the 4 career starts, so she was 5th when resuming at Geelong first up.
Yeah, it was a pleasing run, but she's going to have to improve off that if she's going to be figuring here.
Another one that was presented nicely. Good healthy coat on her. There's probably others that I'm going to gravitate towards, but there was no knock on what I saw.
Okay, Hutch, the last on the program, and
Oh my God.
you are keen to be with horse number 2, Damas. Here.
Yeah, I thought Damas has done nothing wrong. Louis Bartas was really good value earlier, and there's been some market support for that galloper. Good luck to the connections. I'm sure John and Emma, Harry, all the team listening for overseas. So good luck. Flowerdale's going to be tough to beat, no doubt, provided that issue last time hasn't been an issue. And Dollar Chaser of the others, 2, 11, 15 and 7.
Well, this is a rough all this race. I find it really difficult. There's a lot of horses that all presented really quite well, very even sort of a mounting yard. I'm going to go Dollar Chaser on top from the yard. I thought he looked great. He's looked really good all preparation. He's a pretty honest fella. Usually runs up to the way that he looks. So I think that he should give a bit of a shout. Of the rest, no knock on Damas. Flying Mickey looks good, needs to win. Louis Barthas is another one, but pretty tough race to close out the day in an even field.
The market for the last, Flowerdale, $3.80, $6 for Louis Bartas. Damas to make it 3 on the bounce, a $7 chance. Sussex Duchess is a $7.50 chance. Hutch, I know you love your same game multis. Well, if you're having them with the PointsBet app, you can now pull them, which means if you don't like the way one of your legs is tracking, you can pull them out as long as it's before the start of the third quarter. So in this case, if Harry Mackay's not kicking goals, pull him. That's the pull them function on the PointsBet app. What are you really gambling with? Set a deposit limit. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen and visit the website. Here's Nick Ryan to discuss the chances of Louis Bartas in the last.
Thanks for your time as always, Nick. Louis Bartas, how is he? He's been super all preparation.
Yeah, rock solid, very genuine horse. I thought he paraded really good. He was marching around with a bit of purpose and certainly very alert. So, yeah, look, like I said, he's strung 2 together and he's in good form.
He looks a very fit horse in the yard. Nick, is he easy to keep up to the mark?
Yeah, he is. Once he's fit, he's very clean-winded. He's probably one to be kept on the fresher side. He stepped out to 1400 for the first time for me last time and sat on speed and it was a good win. So, look, he's got to go overcome the wide alley and like you said, it's a very even race. But I think if he gets some even luck in running and an economical run, he'll certainly be thereabouts.
In an ideal situation, do you push forward and try and get a bit of cover or are you just going to leave it up to them?
I think he'll have a look. Certainly won't be negative. I've sort of given him the keys and an open book. A little bit of speed down low. So, look, he'll roll and have a look and see how the race unfolds in the first furlong. Beauty of Benny's, he's a very good jockey, so I'll leave it to him.
In capable hands. Good luck, Nick.
Thank you.
Lighting process underway. Let's head to Matty Hill for the final of 8. Good calling as always this afternoon, Matty.
It's been a pleasure to be with you. Thanks very much, Tim. The 8th and last, the sun just peeking through late in the piece here. And we have a sizable gate also in this final event on the program. So open race as expected. Flowerdale,
15,
$4.10 the favourites. Just forgive that last effort at Geelong. The Terra Lee form, 2 starts back, would go close in this. Now, Not a Bad Buy joins them with Gates, Flying Mickey to move up with Oak Beach, Flowerdale, Louis Bartas and Dollar Chaser. Racing tomorrow heads to Echuca in the afternoon, and then Southside Pakenham tomorrow night. Stall on Friday, and then Southside Cranbourne Friday night, and then the big Mornington Cup fixture on Saturday. Terrific fields at Mornington Saturday for a 10-race program. The P1 meeting, or P2 meeting, as we'd say, is Kilmore on Saturday. Now, Flowerdale going in, so 2 to get set here. The stories of the day was the win of Persian Caviar, Holly Nottle from Western Australia. Going to ride the offspring of the great Black Caviar, winning the 10th Apprentice Series heat. That series now going to South Australia, I believe, to be completed. Now, Louis Bartas is going to be the final one. $8.50 into $5.50, Louis Bartas. $1,400 to end the day. Set to go. Attendants Dollar Chaser, they're ready, and away they go. Or Glenfinnan leapt in the air and missed it about a length, and Gates goes back to last, beginning well Flying Mickey, with also Damas the inside, and driving through is Not a Bad Buy. The three of them share the front at the moment. A length and a half to Oak Beach, Louis Bartas deeper, and then came Rock Them Jules, Pariah Pearl. A length Flowerdale, a length Sussex Duchess, and then came Harmony, Dollar Chaser, Glenfinnan, and at the tail is Gates. So Damas sped along in front as they reach the 1,000 metres by 2 lengths to Flying Mickey, and third the inside Not a Bad Buy. A length and a quarter to Oak Beach in fourth. Louis Bartas is on a limb around Pariah Pearl, and also Rock Them Jules. 3/4 of a length to Flowerdale, just a shade beyond centre field from Harmony, Sussex Duchess, followed by Dollar Chaser towards the back as Gates and Glenfinnan at the tail. Damas a clear leader. Came around the circle at the 450, a good 2.5 to Flying Mickey. Then came Oak Beach, Not a Bad Buy, asked for an effort. Rock Them Jules behind them with Pariah Pearl and Louis Bartas, and then came Harmony Gates, and down the outside trying to run on as Flowerdale. As they approach the 200, Damas every poster winner. Oak Beach is chasing. Louis Bartas is still coming on. So as they reach the 100 metres, Damas getting tired, and Louis Bartas has struck the front. The well-supported Louis Bartas was trapped wide. It's not going to matter.
11.
Surges on, and Louis Bartas has won the last from Oak Beach, and then a head bobber for third between Glenfinnan and a tiring Damas with Flowerdale between them. Then Sussex Duchess and Pariah Pearl and Harmony and Gates and Flying Mickey. A gap Dollar Chaser. Rock Them Jules second last, and at the back was Not a Bad Buy. Ben Allen aboards for winning trainer Nick Ryan. Louis Bartas at 5.60 and 2.50. Had to take its medicine in the run, but they knew what they were doing there. Opened up at 8.5 and 1 point into $5 with the bagman. $5.50 at the end. Louis Bartas the winner. Number 11 with Ben Allen in the saddle. The gelding by Zeus Star at a field of stars, and that's now 3 on the bounce with wins at
Number 11. $13. All the neutrals. 11, 13. By 11 in this case was still a higher class. And a neutral. So that went through. The 4 got raved and did not happen, so there's nothing to talk about it. But that's more or less what happened today. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit-chat, and try to solve the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching the stream from anywhere. It means a lot, and I want to wish everybody a very, very happy New Year from my religious calendar today. It's a very auspicious day here in India, especially in my religion. And I wish you all the best for your life. And Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, I don't know how to thank you today. It was, what you did was great. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart that you made it possible today. It was really important for me to get something today. But that's great. Thank you so much, PC, for doing that. Jimmy, I know you went off to sleep, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lighting, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Cliffy, thank you so much for being there, my friend, and thank you so much for bringing in your friends. Breeze, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I hope to talk to you more. John, my friend, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday. Till then, stay blessed and have